Hey, everybody. Hey, Wade, do you want to repeat to Keegan what you just said?
I don't remember what my full last sentence was, but even if I did, no.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Okay.
I can tell you the thing I was going to say to cut you off was we spent all that time in chat basically having our little therapy session, and I don't have a fucking clue where we are in game. And I was like, well, at least we'll get a recap before we go live so we have some idea. I don't remember anything about where we were because you had vacation last week, which I think went really well for you.
Well, yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, he lived.
Yeah,
It's fun.
it's more than we expected, and I might have lost a lot of money betting against him. But there was some guy named Thundercuck who had a couple of dogs that was coming after us.
Jesus Christ! Oh, I was like, what?
Was that his name?
I think it was Kudan, but close.
That's it.
Listen, let me just say this.
Close.
The past 3 weeks, I have this twitch right here, not like under the like on the cheekbone, from like stress, and this session is that's all coming to a head tomorrow at about 11:30 a.m. my time when I have a meeting. So I could use a little decompression today, a little stress relief, and nothing would make me happier than watching the party suffer just like a lot. So
well, if there's anything I was saying from spoilers chat was serious all the time, no time for jokes. That's why we get.
Who said serious all the time? No time for jokes?
Well, that was Ano, I believe. Ano was like, I hate when the party has fun.
Oh yeah,
I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
Here's my note.
Okay,
this game is for us, not for you. So fucking suck it.
But no, it's for me too.
I don't give a shit about that. You can go DM yourself. It's like whenever you play with your action figures or your Barbies or whatever. You can go do that. Go DM yourself. I really fucking hate me. You get no loot. Oh, but I really wanted loot. I rolled. No, I'm a fucking mean DM. Oh, okay. Like there you go, Scott. You can go do that.
Did you see the poll?
Scott.
And Ano can go watch people whip themselves, or was it flagellation or something? You can go watch some of that shit.
Did you see the poll?
Get yourself a gimp suit.
Did you see the poll and its results?
I agreed with that. Okay, on occasion, if you like 2 to 3 times during a movie, you're like, "Who's that actor? Is that?" Yeah. Oh man, I forgot they did that. Like that 2 to 3 times during a 2-hour movie, that's fine. If you're whispering more than once every 30 minutes, get the fuck out.
I get a feeling this is not a new rant for anyone from your audience. Like this feels like it's happened before.
I don't know. I've never heard Weed talk about this before.
I haven't.
What, whispering during movies?
Yeah, talking during movies.
I feel like this must have come up before on stream.
I've had movies ruined where literally I forget what movie it was. When I was in like high school, I went to see something, and it was like 2 or 3 weeks into the movie showing because I didn't have the capability of just going to a movie whenever. It was like, oh, let's save up and go see this movie, and literally like right before a big reveal, I think someone whispered behind me. They're like, "Isn't this the part where so and so dies?" And I was like, "Oh," and then that ended up happening.
Fucked. That's fucked.
And some of the people that talk during movies have been my family members. And I was telling a story before we went live about how I was ripping into family for talking during a movie, like nonstop talking during a movie. And a fan walked up in the middle of me ripping my family. And that fan was like, "Hey, are you Wade? Can I get a photo?" And I was just like, blood red, livid. It's like, "Yeah, sure. Hi." It was really weird switching gears like that. Nah, that's one of my pet peeves. You don't talk during a fucking movie at a movie theater. People that talk at home. I don't want to I don't like watching shows and movies with people that talk like at my house. It's like, if I wanted to talk to you, we'd be talking. I want to watch this movie, so shut the fuck up. We'll talk after.
That's why I don't like going to when people watch sports things, because they like want to just like stare at the TV and be angry. And I'm like, this is so boring.
I'm a Bengals fan. I'm usually angry when I watch sports too. So yeah, I also need to be isolated is the word.
Listen, again, New England, we win all the time and everybody's still angry. And it's just like, I'm like, this is so boring. Can I stay at home? And they're like, no. And I'm like, cool. This is great.
So you guys get angry because you lose even when you cheat. So like, it's a whole different thing.
That's why there's so many rings.
I can't say anything on that front. Bengals have never won anything.
All right. So, where were we? start where we left off.
I think that was the
Okay.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, where we left off. All right, so last session, and this is actually going to take me a minute because it's been a very long couple of weeks. I know it has been for some of you guys. Actually, I think Jake is the only one that's had it. We don't know Jake. Jake, in less than 30 seconds, has your past 2 weeks been all right or better? Or are you also in the mire?
No, mine's actually been one of the worst 2 weeks I've had in a long time.
Wait, really?
Yeah, really.
Why do you sound happy about that?
Right?
He's Australian.
That's fucked up, dude.
Australians ends their tone on a high.
I
You're like,
think he's talking
so my
to you,
mom just
Scott. I
died?
think you sound happy as fuck that Jake had
Yes,
one of
it
the
was
worst
not at
2
Jake.
weeks
It
of
was
his
at you
life.
for being like,
Damn it.
really? Life
I was
sucks?
happy to commiserate.
That's like the same
Bad medical
reaction you give someone when they're like, "I
Death
just
in
got a
the
new
family,
puppy."
lose your job, go broke. Oh boy, like, dude, yeah, it's been fucking shit. Life's been shit. It's been a shit year.
Yeesh.
Sorry, Jake. I didn't mean to. Whatever. I don't know what's going on, but just Scott's happiness.
Did not mean to
Better, bud.
sound.
I don't like happiness now. I'm pissed too about
Take-
nothing.
Oh,
but
good.
Go ahead, Jake. You good?
I'm good.
You care to elaborate or nah, maybe later.
I'll talk to you about it later.
Cool. Off that subject then, and back onto the one we should be on, which is what happened last week. I will do the
Nothing.
best. What happened last session? I'll do the best I can to remember.
I just remember there's more lieutenants now.
that's all I remember too. We were like, all right, Army's
they're not
coming in, time to
lieutenants.
break the curses, and Scott was like, all right, there are 8 lieutenants.
So,
Here they
They're,
are.
they're not lieutenants though. They're bounty
Somehow
hunters.
lieutenants returned.
They're bounty hunters. I cast Raise Dead. Oh wait, whatever the person's name is. The session started with y'all making a plan with Talia Al Ghul, and then the Scarecrow came in and slammed his dumb ass against the Joker, finding out some info about Killer Croc and such, and then going over a bridge, you found the Penguin, and yeah, that's it. Cool. That's a pretty good recap. I appreciate that. I do remember all that, and you spoke to Leon at the end. Yeah. All right.
Oh, that's right. We ended the session with, we need to talk to Liam before we wrap up. And Scott's like, there are 8 men who won't let you cross this bridge. Fine, we swim. Halfway across the swim, they recognize you. Okay. There are 10 lieutenants. See y'all in 2 weeks.
You know? I
Yeah.
I think we need a while to warm up. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
My notes are there's Orcbo Bugbear with 2 hounds, breastplate guy, erratic female. That's all I have on that one.
Erratic
Male
female?
hobgoblin, but green.
Something
2
you don't
others,
say out
no
loud, Wade.
details. Dude, that must have been your description because that's what I wrote.
I definitely didn't say there was an erratic female and then continued to describe all the male characters.
Would you be surprised? That's all you gave us?
Wouldn't either, dude. That might have been what you gave us, dog. I don't know.
I did say erratic, to be clear. Not erotic female.
Oh my god.
I could have sworn I took notes on those fucking people too.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you did.
Oh, I do have in parentheses. Hit with arrows from far
Oh, there they are.
for the erratic female. So apparently we don't want to get up close with her for some reason.
Okay, I do have notes on them. I don't think I noted any of their genders. so I guess the female is the AC separatist. The
correct.
What people think is a
Correct. Roger.
mage.
My God, this is a Palpatine. They're separatists.
Yeah, exactly. Roger.
Fun.
You sounded like Jar Jar, but you quoted a droid. It all in one. Okay. That always sounded like Jar Jar. I don't.
I know what you
Anyway,
meant.
yeah. We should do this today. Maybe we all need to go drown instead.
Play tomorrow night instead. Just go get scotch tonight instead. You know, honestly, maybe I should have scotch. That actually might not be a bad idea. I have Oban right there, but I don't know if I have a glass. So I go upstairs and get a glass for some scotch.
Finish the recap first.
I think that was the recap. You guys,
right,
after you left, what's his name? You got back on the raft. They used a raft, right? To get you. No, they were building a raft. You still had to swim back across. They were actively building a raft to make things easier for future
I think we got across, didn't we?
Where you did get back across, yep. And
there was a raft?
No, we never got the raft.
It. Yeah, they're still building it for their own use, like starting the next day or the day after.
These 8 people on this bridge are very intimidating.
And then
they don't want to kill them because it'd be bad.
Yeah. And then you went back into the town. I don't remember you specifically left off in the town though. Because I remember the way back, I think one of y'all failed like your swim check like twice or something, and then finally passed or some shit. But
yeah, I remember Koa failed 1, and then he was fine.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah,
I went a little bit further downstream.
Do you remember exactly where it was that you had found yourself at the very end? Like, did you? I don't think you returned to what's her name.
No,
I think we literally stopped with you guys heading back into town.
I think that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be accurate. Cool. Well, right now there's a completed level 4 hype train. So unless something changes in the next minute, you're going to have 2+4s, which is awesome and very much appreciated. I'm literally just going to go grab a glass for my Oban 14 I have over there, and then I'll be good to go and have fun. And we'll loosen everybody up, you know.
Yeah, we'll
wait 2 seconds.
Somehow benefit from you drinking.
Why do people who have like scotch and shit have to like give you the name and number of the scotch? They're like, oh, I've got a Clariere 916. It's like, just say you're getting a glass of fucking scotch.
They don't. He's a Yankee, Wayne.
If you offer someone a glass to me, like you're like, I have a nice 1.5%.
He's a New Englander. That's why he has to do it.
I have a 2-week fresh, skim free.
He'd probably do that with a lemon. Has to tell you what like fucking orchard it's from and everything. Probably got it at Sprouts. Just leave me alone.
I have a Simply Orange 2% pulp.
Thank you, Joey.
Oh, Joey did give us a recap.
I'm going to read it silently real quick. We did talk to Beltran.
Oh, yeah. We did talk to Beltran's ghost. We roasted his ass, too, didn't we?
Well, he was a dick, so then we were like a dick back. And then they're like, I can't believe you guys shit talked a ghost. That's very not very good of you. And it's like, sorry we killed your bitch ass boss so quick that we didn't get a chance to taunt him while he was alive. But like,
yeah, no, fuck that guy.
Yeah,
he deserved a lot more than that.
I'm sorry. Do you take the high ground when you take a shit and like tuck it in before you flush? I don't think so.
Like I'm getting pushback for being a New Englander thing. So it's just a Scott thing? Why does everybody do that?
No.
I know other people do that.
It's a New Englander thing. Sorry, I hate to tell you in front of your face, but I spent enough time in Boston. It's a New Englander thing. I know. I feel bad. I hate saying it to you, but like, it's in your blood. There are cures. Move to Ohio. You don't see it because you're around it every day. You know, it's like we don't know there's nitrogen in the air because we're always fucking breathing it, but like it's there, you know.
Yeah, but getting nose blind is something, you know. Oh, look, Scott's back. Hey, Scott, you owe Snaga some points, apparently.
Maybe. Are you allowed to have alcoholic beverage on stream if it's responsible nowadays, or am I drinking flat?
Yeah, I think you're not allowed to like have chat like force you to take shots. You're not allowed to become like belligerent with it, but I think you're allowed to have casual drinks.
Yeah,
they did change the rules on some of that stuff. People were doing like wild shit for like charity streams or for their own like raising money. They're like, I will literally stab my own asshole if you will give me $10. Like, you know, they had to cut back on some of that shit.
I will not stab my own asshole for any amount of money. Thank you very much.
All right.
The
each their own.
Sorry, it took me an extra moment. I had to find the right glass. It says, "Tears of my players." Cheers. Makes me happy.
I think we're more likely to have like rabid foam coming out of our mouths than tears.
That's true.
Yeah.
I have that. I have that impact on people.
You're not wrong. I did ruin my own streams. Viewership's down from 2020.
But
once it went numb from the scar tissue, it just didn't have the same effect.
All right. So people did donate points, and so we got points. Snaga, Minion, and Scribbles.
Oh man.
Oy vey. Okay. Any
talk to Talia, set up a meeting with Leon. That's what we need to do.
That's right.
Yeah.
Any other details come up in my absence? Are y'all good?
We were reminded that we talked to Beltran's ghost and we roasted his ass.
Yeah, that was in that earlier recap that I.
And you were like, man, you guys really talk shit on him. Like, yeah.
I can't believe you guys did that.
Okay.
You're not just evil now, you're super evil.
All right, cool. So I believe you just more or less snuck back into the town. I don't even know if snuck is the right word. That feels a little disingenuous. I think you just kind of like walked back into the right town. Hey, Wade, you should do the exclamation point in chat real quick. It's a fun number. It's nothing crazy, but aside from the size.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. I was like, oh, that's fun.
A lot of fives. It's 5 5s.
Yeah. It made me happy.
It
made me think of Faith 555. So.
What do I need to donate for a quick 400,000 points?
Wait, what?
So I can make it all 5s?
Oh, Jesus. That would take I don't even know the math on that one.
Or I could go.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot.
You're better off waiting a while and making it all 2s. So.
Did you just pun my name?
Oh, I heard it now. Not intentionally, no.
Okay.
Oh no, somebody already triggered something. God damn it. All right, let me read this before. I turned on MMs for like 8 seconds and you already clicked the button like people are hovering on it. Jeez.
At least you can say you turned something on.
Wow.
That was for the insult Scott I got earlier. You're welcome.
Oh,
I wasn't going to do it because they called me Wafer instead of Wade, but...
Oh, I got some details.
Wafer.
I have a suggestion for your suggestion. Anyways, cool. So back to you guys. You were heading into town now that we've just kind of like wasted like half an hour, starting a little bit late, goofing off,
we needed it.
Commiserating. I'm my first sip of scotch. Let's dive in. Your characters made your way back across the way, and your plan was to go up to Talia and try to get some sort of a meeting with Leon. If I remember correctly, he said not before tomorrow evening because he needed some, or at least tomorrow mid-afternoon, whatever it was, because he needed time to finish getting things set up over here. He also gave you a couple of other details, little updates of what was happening around, and told you that what's her name? Gwen wanted to come, but he more or less had her stay back, is like the next way of putting it. Otherwise, you're heading back into town knowing that there are people that are going to be hunting for you. Now, whether or not, the big question here is there are these mercenaries that have kind of come in and, what do they call it? Sell swords, I think is the word I used, that are coming in to cause to hunt for or do whatever it is that they're doing, right? These are not part of the army. They are separated from them. You don't know what their exact orders are. You don't know if they're looking for you specifically to go after certain points or whatever it is. And they certainly might not hold back until the army attacks to start acting on their own. So there is some degree of caution, I suppose, and once again, pressure to get things done as quickly as possible to resolve the situation. Out of all the names that were there, only 2 really kind of like stood out as maybe being problematic. There's the one known as the Hound of the Barrenlands or whatever it is. And then there was the other one who Wade says she was an exotic, erotic, and erratic female. But she was kind of described as being effectively a spellcaster that don't follow the rules. Which Mikhail is like, okay, that can mean a lot of things. That can mean like she just, maybe she mixes magic, which is fucking frightening. if she's innately capable of magic, she can literally be experimenting and making her own spells, which is another type of frightening. There's all sorts of different things that can come from this that could be problematic. And so that's probably the one that gives Mikhail the most heebie-jeebies. Your characters have made your way back into town, and it was evening when you were meeting with what's his name, Leon, and hours had passed since you went to him, talked to him, and have come back to town. So it is the middle of the night. I don't remember what hour it was, but it is the middle of the night. I think it's fair to say it's after midnight. Should I bloop the blooper?
I don't know. It's up to you. If you think you'll be able to track it better doing it now, then yeah. If you think it's better to wait till we rest, then
I will totally forget. So I'm a bloop the blooper. And blooping. Boom. It's almost Wade's birthday. I think it's 2 more days.
My birthday was a month ago. Koa's birthday's in 5 days.
It's almost 5 more days for Koa's birthday. My apologies.
I think. Let me double check.
Cool. All right.
There you go.
Short left a minute. Thanks, Geek. All right. So your characters are back in town. Where are you heading to? Were you heading back to along the river, back to the barracks that's there? Where specifically did you want to go? What you bought yourself time by sending mixed signals about Beltran back to the army. But while that's good because it maybe slowed down their attack, it's also bad, as if you've read spoilers chat in Discord at all. It's also bad because it sends mixed signals over what they should or should not be listening or following for direction. So, what is our plan here and now? I'm sure you guys have been scheming for the past 13 days in Discord. It's 100% what you've been doing.
I don't think we've said a single thing, actually.
Is that a first since my trip in Italy?
Our last message was April 23rd.
Yeah, I think it's the first time you guys have gone that long since my trip in Italy. And even then, I think we were all still DMing each other. So,
Dude, our balls look like blueberries at this point.
Do you... the floor is open. If nobody's going to take the floor, I will.
The only thing we have to do, as far as I know immediately, is at some point ASAP is talk to Talia, right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, and that's probably not going to happen at 1 a.m. or whatever. So I imagine we go back to the was the garrison that we're staring at?
We're not going back to our thing while these people are on the loose, right?
Right. Yeah, so I guess the option would be if we're gonna run around looking for hints that they're around, but I still don't think we're gonna do that in the middle of the night. So I figure we go back to the garrison, right?
Yep. And Mr. Hat.
Okay. So you guys are gonna head back to the garrison to see what's kind of going on over there. I imagine you are not in disguises, as we had discussed beforehand. Are you being discreet on your trek there, or you don't care if people see you come and go because the ruse of who controls the garrison did not end up playing out? So are you trying to mask your movements, or do you not care because the city is yours?
I don't think we're disguised. Right?
I don't think we've cared so far.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we know that the ruse didn't work anyway. So
I was waiting for Jake's confirmation because this is kind of his forte. So I was giving him a moment. All right. So you guys make your way back to the barracks, and what you can see at the barracks is, well, honestly, you couldn't have expected so much more. There's been a lot going on for several days now. After the people that are here have maybe had a bit too much from the barrel. And there was actual food supply that was here, and you know what the city's been like for as long as it has. So they've indulged a bit too much into the food, and they actually feel like they've earned a proper victory in taking this, some 20 hours ago or whatever it was. And so they're, overindulged and for the most part kind of passed out. There are some that are semi-sober and conscious and keeping watch. So it's not like the place is entirely unguarded, but hot damn, it's like George Washington traveling across the river in Christmas morning. You know what I mean? You're absolutely coming up on them not prepared to defend themselves were they attacked, had you not held off Beltran's army, this could have gone very, very, very poorly here. And so when you're walking up your seat, you're coming to this realization, like, hot damn, we could have lost an important location. Had the army attacked tonight. When you're there, though, Talia is not here. Remember, this isn't her staging ground. She kind of like did what she had to do, and then she left. Her staging ground is back where you guys had spent the night last night, or whatever it was. Anybody say or do anything, or is it just kind of like a disappointment and let it slide? I mean, I'm not sure what your overall opinion of the matter is as a crew, or if it's just like, fuck, well, let them have their W.
I just can't imagine the mentality of like there being an army knocking on your door and you're like, dude, smoke this.
Stress.
It's more than
Just
stress.
like all day stress, and then whatever like the tide turns to, right? It just gets.
I guess maybe a lot easier if the turkey stuffed itself on Thanksgiving, but like,
I mean, if a turkey stuffed itself on Thanksgiving after months of having no turkey or any other food for that matter.
now we're getting like cannibal turkeys. That's okay.
Yeah. Does it look like anyone is like in charge here at all, or is it just like everybody's?
So the person that was in charge, they did a very fine job of ensuring that the barrel was rationed out evenly to the other people until, of course, they passed out by the barrel. And anybody else that would have potentially, there are people that are conscious, again, partially sober, enough so to be on watch, but they certainly are not. They certainly aren't. There's nobody like properly in command here. These are just soldiers.
Well,
is there another barrel, or the barrel's empty?
The barrel has probably about a fifth of it left inside there, so 20% left inside there. It's pretty empty.
I mean, Aldo walks over the barrel and he'll just take somebody's probably cup out of their passed out hand, and we'll fill it up, and he'll just take a seat.
Not gonna expect you to set the glass down and then take the barrel.
So empty now. That's funny. So you guys come in here. The two of you are like, what the actual fuck? And then Aldo just joins in, and then you're like, oh yeah, we also allow this.
But you'll notice in Aldo, it's like a resign. It's not like a happy. It's like a. It's almost like all the stress is just like.
Well, I guess it's a good thing we delayed him.
Hopefully delayed them.
Hopefully.
Mikhail.
Whatever. Yeah.
Can you play something?
Yeah, why not?
Something
we'll
slow.
A spot.
Sad.
We'll go find a spot, kind of settle in. And he'll play a melancholic tune.
Perfect.
Something that doesn't like wake everybody up or anything. Just.
You want to roll for this, or are you just gonna like relax, take a 10 because you're not there's no like stakes here?
Yeah, I'll take 10.
Cool. That's just probably like a 36.
Well, it's a 24.
Jesus fucking Christ! I wasn't far off.
Yeah, actually, you 150%ed it.
Oh man. So anyways, you are you play this like melancholy tune. Really, I don't know. It fills the room with, the melody fills the room, kind of like captures attentions. It fits the mood because while there is a victory here, the passed out bodies all around, and knowing that this is kind of the calm before the storm, and everybody's aware of like the raging happening outside, especially as the hill where you are, you can see outside the windows or outside the door or whatever. that there are, you know, a couple of areas in the city that do have fires inside of it from the other chaos that's happening out there. So I say the calm before the storm, but that doesn't mean it's a quiet night, right? And so the music very much matches the tone of what's going on in the moments. The few guards that are awake, or the few people that are acting as soldiers, if you will, that are awake, that are were there as you guys arrived, you have their full attention. They don't continue to drink so much as just be enamored by what's happening here. The music is loud enough that it does wake up a couple of others who are going to pay a bit of attention here, but it is not a sobering moment, if you will. Was there anything else you're hoping to get from this, Jake, or setting the tone here?
No, it's more Aldo's state of mind, really. Like, it's just like he's just had enough. You know what I mean? So, like, Mikhail's playing, he's having a drink, and you can see, like, Aldo looks weathered a lot of the time, right? You know, but like you can see like the deep creases in his face. Like if you look over at him, it just seems like, while not defeated, he looks just done. He's just I don't know if enjoying the moment, but embracing the moment, I guess, and just for what it is and what's happened. But yeah, that's kind of where Aldo's at.
Cool. Anything else for the two of you, or does the evening kind of like fade as your characters eventually choose bunks here and maybe take turns keeping watch with the others that are semi-sober, and do we just choose to rest here this evening?
I think Koa isolates himself a bit, maybe even grabs a single drink. He won't go crazy, but he'll have like a single drink himself and just, I don't know if there's like a window to look out of or something, but he'll kind of like, you know, look around the room, but then he'll go stand, like look out a window into the night sky and just kind of sip and listen to Mikhail play off on his own, in his own mind as well.
Anything for you, Keegan, before we move on?
Actually, while he's playing, after a while, so that he doesn't necessarily interrupt his own playing, he will cast Message over to Aldo. He'll just ask, need to get anything off your chest?
Aldo's eyes kind of would just flick towards you, and just say, it's just all too much.
Unless it's whispered back or whatever through the spell. Maybe somebody nearby is like, you know, it's like an agreement.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that.
It's an open DM. Everyone's in on it.
I'm an open DM.
Wait, can I cast it again while it's still going? Hold on.
It's a cantrip, right?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Hold on. Well, because, you know, sometimes it'll say if you cast it again, it'll cancel the previous, but no. So yeah, I'll do it again on Koa. Bring him in on it.
One of those things where you're trying to merge phone calls, like you're 90 years old. You're like, hang on, how do I add you to the call?
And you can't. You guys have to pass through him.
Yeah, I'm the receiver.
So instead of like a party line, he's holding two phones up, and you can't do one of these.
I don't know if Aldo says anything else anyway.
No, he doesn't really. So he's in his own head.
So you asked the same thing to Koa, you asked to Aldo.
I was gonna say you
Yes.
cast to be and say, okay.
Yeah.
Just has me reflecting on, there's always a next hurdle. Will we succeed? Can I help Gwen? Curses? I don't know.
Yeah, I understand. It's hard to keep it all in perspective. Everything seems so immediate. It's all an emergency.
And it is. Oh, you all right?
I think so. Trying not to think about it too much. There's a lot to do. I can unpack all that later.
I hate and love this song.
Maybe that's what I'll call it.
He didn't say anything else unless you push.
Just keeps playing. That's it for me.
Okay. I imagine your characters inevitably will, like I said, take turns sleeping, pass out, kind of a situation. Allowing the next day to properly roll in, get up, even if light on sleep, get up fairly early the next day. That being said, it probably makes most sense that Aldo would be on. Well, unless Mikhail is going to continue playing for a while, maybe Mikhail takes first watch. And
Yeah, I'll take first.
yeah, you go nudge Aldo, who's like fell asleep with a beer in his hand, and say, "Hey, I'm going to bed." And he's like, "Oh yeah," pours himself like a fresh drink or whatever, and we'll have a couple, like one or two small pours for his watch, and then eventually we'll kick Koa, who can do his push-ups or whatever he needs to do, as Aldo gets his the rest of his rest. And while Koa is up, he would be watching the rest of the guards start waking up on their own. I don't know if y'all had the same experience I did, but anytime I ever drank a bunch, I would only sleep like very short amounts, and then I would just like wake up. Like you drink a fuck ton, and you just wake up after a very small amount of sleep, like sweaty. Like I just need a shower and to go eat something. So I don't know if that's
I've never drank that much.
I don't know if that's an
I don't wait. I still slept a lot. I wake up, and the post-alcohol night poops were the best, and I'd always want greasy food.
Yeah, greasy. Oh my god, that tries the cheeseburger. Or goes like breakfast food. Anyway, so moving on. The first one to so the first two to pass out. Then first one to stay awake would be Mikhail in this telling. Yes. So Mikhail, what I want from you is a perception check. The DC is going to be altered by the fact that you're predominantly inside the place, though I imagine you occasionally will go outside and maybe look around or whatever it is, but you're mostly going to be staying inside of the barracks. And other modifiers for evening, darkness, blah, blah, blah. The other two, however, I want you to go ahead and roll me a will save.
I passed mine.
Whoa. It's the highest I've ever seen Jake roll a will save.
Yeah.
I think it's legitimately the biggest number I've ever seen him roll a will save. Like the fact that I told him the sword didn't affect him was so fortunate. Anybody here want to make a reminder? The chat was very generous, and so you guys do have 2 + 4s. You of course have luck die. I don't know how many you have in the pool right now, but they do exist.
I don't think I'm getting anywhere with even a 14
5
if I roll perfectly. Yeah. Well, I guess does the +3 apply to this? Am I allowed to ask that?
I'm sorry. What was that? The
+3 for my supernatural thing.
If I answer that question, you'll know what's happening. And that's so fair. Just know that
that's either a 5 or an 8.
It's either a 5 or an 8.
Yeah.
And we have 2 + 4s or 2 + 5s?
2 + 4s. It was a completed level 4. I think it was like 1% level 5.
I'd still have to roll a 3 or 4 on a luck die to even have a chance, most likely, of whatever this is, right?
Yeah, you're probably at 50-50.
I think I'll just take the L.
It's up to you.
I'll just take the L.
You guess the guy should look.
Your perception?
Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad check, but if it's being modified for being inside predominantly, I imagine it's harder.
I don't know how hard it will be to see whatever it is you're looking for because it is dark, right? And you're in. I don't know if inside matters, but You can. I don't. I wouldn't be upset if you did.
I think you should.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. 20.
20's not bad.
That was our last luck dice. Okay.
It was your last luck die. Yeah. All right. So the what I would say is this for your perception check. What you're able to notice, Mikhail, as you're inside the area. At one point in time, outside, you thought you saw a bit of movement that was out there. Nothing that's so alarming. You're like, oh no, I wake everybody up. And, just like you thought you saw a bit of movement. And so being cautious, not like go outside and check things out. You're not the blonde chick in a horror movie, right? Your instincts are, let me investigate this a little bit further. The windows to a barracks aren't exactly going to be these large glass windows that slide open or whatever. They're going to be, relatively small, guarded, smaller on the outside than the inside. So you don't only have so much of an angle that you can even see through. So you relocate to one of the other windows that, again, more like arrow slits than anything, and start looking to see if you can get a bit more of a sight. And from where you do see, you get the impression that there is someone out there. Someone is out there and not hiding, like standing openly and just looking towards the barracks. And it's not like, because remember, the barracks is over by where the river is. So I don't mean even down below. I mean like, what was I going to say? Nearby, probably a good, say, 40-ish feet away from where the barracks is. They're just standing there and watching the barracks. And the fact that you went over to the window and you're looking out and seeing them, it's very possible they saw you see them or looking for them, especially if they were intensely watching the barracks. No aggressive actions, nothing like that taken, nothing done, just watching and seeing, probably collecting information, whatever it might be. It doesn't give you the impression that it's some local in the town that just happens to be nearby, and certainly doesn't give you the impression it's one of the guards that's meant to be here. This feels like, again, they're facing towards you. They're watching. That's what you're able to pick up with your 20. You actually rolled high enough to notice a shape out there, movement out there enough to see that. Over to Wade. You'd passed out listening to this eerie song, and it unfortunately gets you into this like negative headspace. It's, you love and hate the song kind of a thing, right? It's beautiful in its sorrow, but unfortunately you were already kind of like prone to negative thoughts, and it dragged you down that rabbit hole. Like all the times I used to go to bed listening to like news.
Does this affect Koa too, or just me?
Obviously I'm referring to Koa.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead.
But obviously I'm talking to Wade. So brings you down to this like negative headspace. And so while you're there, like feeling these negative thoughts or whatever it is as you're going into the dream world, you start to feel guilty about everything that's transpiring back at the crack, having left behind. There was an opportunity where she could have come back here and didn't. Knowing that some of the suffering or whatever that's happening around this region now is specifically because of the decisions you're making, which, even as you're sleeping, you truly think are the right decisions. The souls above everything else, so on and so forth. All of this is justifications you are continuing to hold true because it's who Koa is. But as you're, remembering the trek through the hospital that you just did, into the other hospital before that, as you're seeing like all of the people from the war, their pain, their suffering, as all these things are happening, you can feel it's starting to put like a kink in your armor, if you will, of your justifications, and maybe this was the wrong decision. You also hear this voice. You don't know who it is because you don't know them very well, but it's a very, very familiar male voice. Hobgoblin. Definitely a hobgoblin. Like the tone, the rasp to it and everything. It sounds like a hobgoblin. Talking about how it is because the slumbering queen isn't here that all of these people are suffering. You can like hear this these words being said. And the crazy part is you can almost hear Mikhail agreeing with that sentiment going on there. Like almost as though you're watching a scene from through a wall nearby. And then even from the same scene, you can see that Aldo is, not far off and nodding along. And, this already would be over if only you had a quicker way to get your soldiers back into the battlefield. This already would be over if there was less chaos in the streets because the people could have recovered more rapidly. This already would be over because there's a lot of this kind of like weighing into your minds, feeling like a lot of this guilt inside there for you. Now, again, Koa holds true to his justifications. I'm not saying he immediately is like, oh, my opinion has changed, but this is weighing heavily on him. The important thing, however, is that he is doubting his own. He can feel his own will being sapped away from this. He can feel himself being drained from this. Wait, can you do me a favor? Can you go ahead and roll me a D3? When you are finally woken up after Mikhail wakes up Aldo, after Aldo goes and wakes you up, when you're finally woken up from these very, very bad dreams that you're having, these dreams that make you question your own, not just the decisions that you've made, but like the impacts these decisions are having on literally thousands of people around you. When you wake up, you're so drained, you feel so not recovered from the sleep that you just did. You're going to wake up missing 2 points of charisma. It's a charisma drain.
Drain?
Well, damage.
Oh.
Yeah. Drain is... To do drain in an Epic 6 campaign is to literally whip out your dick and piss on your PCs and laugh while doing so. Like, that is...
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I was scared. I was like,
yeah.
Jesus, fuck, dude.
I'm just thinking to myself... Epic 6, I don't even know if you can cast a spell to recover from drain. Because isn't that a 4th level spell? Might even be a 5th level spell. Anyways, doesn't matter.
I think lesser can do it. Maybe it has to be regular. Yeah.
I think it's regular, which I think is 5th level. So
No. Hold on. Even that is, yeah. Even that's actually not an easy swing.
Yep. Those are expensive to cast. But anyways, moving on.
So
he wakes up feeling... So Wade, the way that the -2 charisma is represented is your character is feeling like questioning his own, choices, questioning his own, morality, the impact that he's had on the world around him, whether or not he's actually making things worse instead of better, whether or not it's his own selfishness that's causing these outcomes, those sorts of things. It's intentional. It's weighing on him, these details. Over to Aldo, who was able to make his save with your 16. While you're there, you just have, your typical dreams, which Aldo's not exactly a happy dreamer. Actually, don't you drink to hide most of your dreams anyways? Don't you drink yourself to numbness? So I have no details for you. I'm just going to leave it alone there. Mikhail, you have your information. When you go eventually kick awake Aldo, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I see this person standing out there. And I'm assuming like in darkness and whatnot, so I can't get many details about them.
With only a 20 in the circumstance, correct.
About how far are they from me?
About 40 feet or so. And then there's darkness as a factor, as well as limited visibility from the window size and blah, 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 blah.
I'm assuming there's light where I am, so likely they can see me very well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I don't need to be particularly discreet then. I am going to cast message at them. I will say, can I help you?
Oh, at the individual?
Yep.
Oh, I did not expect that.
You slugged him.
Oh, I need a moment. Oh, shit. Oh,
Your hero extended warranty is about to expire.
oh shit. Okay. Oh. How would they handle this? You said what line?
I just said, "Can I help you?"
Okay. Hold on. Let me see how they would handle this. That's funny because again, remember, not everybody has experience with magic.
Nope.
You know, and I gotta remember
their reaction will tell me something.
And does it come as a whisper? It comes as a whisper.
Yes.
Not as like mental crap.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so they'll see me point in their direction, and then they'll hear that.
Okay. You do that, you point in their direction, and they hear clearly the whisper, obviously it works. There's no save against this or anything, right? Obviously it works. Immediately they react with a bit of a start, like a bit of a jump to them, which I don't know, from what you're telling from the distance, that the fact that they jumped, they did not expect to have someone sneak up on them so easily. And then when they take a glance around and recognize the fact that there is not anybody immediately around them, they very quickly retreat back out of sight. You know, a little bit back deeper into the darkness. You see them move from some 15, 20 feet before finally they drop out of sight, either from, a structure nearby, additional darkness. They completely drop out of sight. They were entirely caught off guard by that use of magic.
Would I have time when they run away to throw up a dancing lights as far as I can out there to see if I can illuminate them?
I want to say
I get 140.
I want to say if you roll an initiative check against a DC 14, the answer is yes. You do get it out there quick enough.
That's not an easy swing. Nah, no shot.
Yeah. So you can still cast the spell. It's just, I imagine you still do cast the spell. It's just you're not able to catch them quick enough to see, who it is that's out there. So you throw out the 140, the dancing lights, as far as you can. And what form is it? Is it in the 4 balls, like circling each other? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just the circling. Yeah.
Yeah, the 4 orbiting or whatever it is. And so you create the 4 orbs to send light out there. And you can see that what it is that they likely ducked behind is over in the area, there's a couple of old stacked up, a bit of debris, if you will, over nearby a building that itself is not in the best of conditions. And so they likely tucked behind that building. They might even still be just on the other side of that building, but you unfortunately, it's too whole of a wall for you to see through.
Okay. Would not be wise going after them in the middle of the night when everybody's asleep and drunk. Okay, no, he'll, because there were some other soldiers, even though they're probably kind of useless, but that were actually still on watch. He would point it out to them just so that other people know that there was somebody watching out there, and then obviously later he'll tell the other two. But for his watch, he's going to probably keep an eye on that direction so he can see them move anywhere else.
Okay, cool. So more or less, you're just like honing in, making sure everybody's that is awake is on alert, anybody that's waking up is made aware, or whatever it is. And eventually, when you kick Aldo, you probably make him aware of the scenario. Cool.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need to RP it out unless y'all want to. Okay. Jake, you want to go ahead and roll me a perception check, and Keegan, go ahead and roll me your will save. Okay. Aldo, you're keeping a peeled eye at this situation. Now, you're smart enough to be able to, not always look directly out a window. Sometimes you might like bust out a mirror and use that to look around the bends. Sometimes, you'll make it look like you're having a conversation, and you're good enough to do this in a discreet way, so you can get a bit more of a sight out there without having to expose yourself so much, which is likely why Mikhail wasn't able to do as well, is he was probably trying to be a bit guarded of his, own well-being. God forbid you were attacked or some shit. That all being said, with the quality of searching you did, maybe it's because there's nobody there, or maybe it's because you're still a little tipsy, you're indulging a little bit, but you didn't notice anybody outside. It is possible Mikhail legitimately frightened them off with that initial casting of 2 spells at the person. And then eventually you can go ahead and wake up Wade, or say Koa, and Koa is going to be a bit off of his game.
Yep.
Okay. Wade, I don't know if you care to. At this point, it's going to be earlier in the day, and you're not going to stay cooped up inside here. I imagine even. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I imagine even your morning exercises would be a way you try to clear your head from what it was that you had experienced last night. But please take over.
Yeah, the only reason Koa might not leave is if the place is being watched. We've talked about how each of us being out on our own is dangerous with everything going on, so I don't know if he would leave he'd leave the room, but I don't think he's going to go out and go for a run around town while there's riots happening, an army outside, and apparently somebody watching.
Yeah, the way I see it is outside the barracks walls, but with other soldiers awakening or whatever it is nearby. Maybe some of them also doing some exercises, or at least what they call exercises. And then or some people literally just around the corner taking a piss or whatever.
Yeah, I mean if that's the case, he'll step outside, but he's not going to go roaming anywhere.
Of course.
I think he'll still keep a close eye on things.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's not going to be in a very chatty mood with the other people around.
Yeah, and you don't need to make a perception check unless you choose to do so. You do not immediately see anything out there, and certainly while you're doing your distracted workout, you don't notice anything out there either. So
okay.
You're fine. Yeah, and eventually all the characters are able to wake up and kind of come together, and that after morning routines, you're going to go and find Talia and start moving this thing forward. In which case, the soldiers are actually here. Maybe some degree of reprimanding against them, or you drank it all anyways. Can't do that again. And then, move on. But again, before you head over to Talia or somewhere else, feel free to interject with any additional details.
See anything else out there where I was saying I saw that person?
This to both of us or to Aldo?
Both of you.
I didn't. No.
Me neither.
Okay.
Very quiet.
Yeah. Couldn't get them to respond. They reacted startled. I don't know if it's just because they heard a voice or not particularly accustomed to magic. They couldn't get eyes on them, though. Should have started with the lights.
That likely would have scared them as well if the whispers did. I mean, everyone's on edge and dreading what's coming anyway, so they're probably just easily startled.
Yeah. Still don't know why they were just standing out there like that. Anyway, okay, so Talia's gonna have that meeting with Leon. Were we supposed to be there for that?
We have to tell her to have it.
Oh, yeah. He didn't say we needed to attend, did he?
I don't think so. I think we told him that he could meet her probably this evening, just to let her know that, if I remember right.
That's easily done. Okay. This waiting part sucks. Kind of just want to get it over with.
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah, just ready to get over with as well, I guess. Clearly, the people defending the garrison you feel the breaking point, we stopped the slavering and it led to this, and we're going to stop this, and now there's bounty hunters, we stopped the bounty hunters, and then we're going to piss off another country. It's just, I don't know, Mikhail, where does it end? Have we made a difference, or have we just made a mess?
kind of looks around. I mean, probably looks worse than it is right now. We know what Beltran was leaving behind. This is better.
Checking in on the Chantry and the other Chantry, there's doctors aren't resting, and people are having nightmares, and everyone's bleeding with no supplies. And then here the people helping us are waiting to join them whenever they get massacred by an army as well. I don't know. I guess I can't blame them for how they feel.
Let's go for a walk. I wouldn't mind heading down to the river where we crossed over last night. Trying to have a look at some things.
Okay, that's not a bad idea. It's up.
We should be ready though.
Nods.
All right. Why not?
We'll let some of the people know we're leaving.
Yep, no problem.
To be clear, we still do have to tell Talia about the meeting with Leon.
Of course.
When we leave, if we walk up to where Mikhail saw that that person, in their haste to move, there's nothing's been dropped. You know what I mean? Any of that stuff. I assume this is early morning to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
So, anything out of like, I mean, I know there's riots, but just like anything strange around?
Nothing immediately, no. Obviously, if one of the things that you're going to be curious about is where you saw that person, I imagine you want to go over there and try to check for tracks or anything like that, which I respect. But no additional strangeness around immediately, Jake. Was there something specific you were looking for?
What did I mean? He would ask Mikhail, like, what did they look like from back there? Are they big, tall, thin?
Yeah,
Human?
hard to tell.
Bugbear?
It's human shaped, but it was too dark. Like I said, I didn't get the lights up in time. I just saw a silhouette.
Right.
They definitely ran, though.
Likely it's either a scout from the army or one of the people Leon was talking about.
Yeah, hold on. I mean, a scout from the army wouldn't be alone, right? As he's saying that, he's gonna go stand where he saw the person and just like look, like from their vantage point, and just see if anything stands out, like what they might have actually been trying to stare at.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, where they were standing, it's a pretty broadside view of the barracks itself, and a full view of the front door to the barracks. So if somebody come out the front door, they would have gotten a full view there. And knowing that the barracks doesn't just have lights on the inside, it maintains some lights outside the barracks too, so you can see somebody approach. It just also happens to be one of the better lit sides as well. So I mean, like, they were just able to get much better view of whatever y'all were doing inside there, through there, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, though, the windows, which again are more like arrow slits than proper windows, they don't exactly give away a ton. If somebody's walking by them, sure, you'd be able to see, like, their torso up, but the windows aren't exactly particularly tall. They're not particularly wide. They don't give away a ton of information. So somebody would have to be watching pretty intently to get, much detail from inside there.
Unless they have eyes like Koa has.
Yeah, that could potentially get them more. But even Koa, I mean, speaking in the meta here, he can just see better in dim light, and you guys weren't in dim light, right?
Yeah. Well, the edge of the lights off of the building would still extend their view, is what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Meaning
Okay.
that like effectively from where they were standing all the way over to the wall, it would have been lit up for them. Ain't nobody sneaking up on them, right?
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, he kind of looks at it for a while, and he's just like, this would give a pretty good view of the whole place, at least from this side. You have the lights over here and over here normally, and they'd see anybody coming out the front area or traveling in. kind of a strategic spot to stand. Feels very intentional.
Scott, what sort of check would it be to looking at this area? If this person was staying nearby, you know, what I mean, so they could keep an even, you know, closer eye on the place. Standing around here, are there abandoned buildings? You know, anywhere that seems, you know, like it, you know, could be used by somebody trying to hide, things like that.
The simple answer is yes, including the one that's right next to you, the one that I said that they were kind of like hiding behind, was in rough shape. So the simple answer is yes, there are some buildings where they, in theory, could either be hiding right now or even spending some degree of midterm to a few days, whatever it is, to try to remain out of sight.
There's a few places if they want to stay close. You want to check them out?
Yeah, we could. I probably can't find any tracks or anything here, right? Too much traffic.
You
It
can
couldn't
go
have been
ahead
that much from then to now.
This is probably Koa would jump in at this point and be like,
he's like asking them because he knows he's bad at it.
but Koa's response would be like, you know, wait, not to put words in your mouth, but more or less like, traffic sure might be a factor, but literally Mikhail was standing exactly where that person was trying to get a vantage point. Like Mikhail could have sullied the crime scene, if you will.
Yeah.
Feel free to take it how you'd like.
Well, I didn't see this person. This is a well-trafficked area in general, and whatever base track that might have been, you have been walking around, so sure, I'll give it a shot.
Well, yeah, but I'm standing where they started. If they found tracks here, it's not going to be that helpful. You want to see where they go. He says, not understanding tracking.
He like looks at you and like just holds eye contact for a moment, and then just like nods and starts looking around.
That hold of eye contact, you know him well enough, you don't need to make a check. Koa seems a bit off. It's not necessarily that he has bags under his eyes, though he does look tired too. He just seems a bit off. Anyways, go ahead, Wade, roll your survival check.
You have bags under my eyes. That's fitting.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Well, I can tell you that people have definitely been through here.
Yeah. So it's a bust.
He'll like gesture for you to take a look if you would like, but like it's like looking at like a concrete sidewalk and asking if someone walked it yesterday specifically. It's like I have so little to go on what I'm looking for that I know that it's not a bust. There's things to look for, but there's tracks going everywhere. How I can't place which ones were here at the middle of the night versus 3 hours prior. There's too much information.
Well, I certainly couldn't. Okay. No worries. Thanks for trying. Where do you think we start, Aldo? Just looking out at the buildings. That's where they ran to hide.
Right. Well, if you're trying to learn somebody's routine, staying as close to them as you can while being as hidden as you can is important. So they're not going to be in, and it'll point to like obviously inhabited buildings or something, most likely. But you know, these ones over here, you know, could be.
I mean, he'll follow your lead.
Yeah, we'll just check something out, Scott.
Okay, so I'm not going to make you guys go through fucking everything here. What we can do is break this down into effectively a perception check to try to search through all the different spots. So why don't you go ahead and roll me perception checks to scout around the entire area. And even still, maybe even roll this into one person leads and others assist.
Yeah. Can I give Aldo an inspire competence on his perception?
I
have to
if
spend
you don't
that
mind
first
playing
level
music
spell
the
to
whole
extend
time,
it.
yeah.
I don't have to play the whole time.
How
I'm
long
not
is that?
gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna use the. I'll show you. Hold on. Let me find what I'm doing. I'm gonna spend a first level spell for it. That one.
Toilsome chance. Oh yes, understood. I remember this.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, great. Absolutely.
All right, so rolling a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I guess are we aiding Aldo, or do you want to just do your? Oh, I didn't see who's talking. I'll aid Aldo.
That's for your aiding and toilsome chanting. Nice.
Do you want to roll first, or do I roll first? There we go.
Well, I still aid.
Then 24.
That's for you rolled a nat 1 and you still gave him the +2. That's so funny.
It's a good thing I took that alertness feat at first level, huh?
What's the inspire competence thing or whatever you give it?
It's +2.
Okay, so that's a 24, 25, 26. Not bad.
All right. So, yeah, with your total looking around, for one, no, you don't find anybody here. Unfortunately, there is nobody around. No tents, no this, no that, no the other thing. Nothing there jumps out at you as a person being here. The only thing that really stands out as being a detail for you is the building that... So you search around all the different buildings, whatever, and then after you search around the first building and then the ones nearby, and then just wanting to really lock in, make sure there's no fuck-ups here. Going back to that first building and looking around, and to Aldo, as they're checking out other areas, Aldo's trying to recreate the steps of where they went and just kind of like seeing where he was standing before, because you saw Mikhail standing at, and then like, where would Aldo go? And like slipping down and behind the building, and then like waiting there for a few moments and looking around and seeing like a nearby spot that's like, they wouldn't have necessarily walked around the building to actually properly get into it. But you do remember when you were in the building, the roof had collapsed a little bit. So, doing a little bit of his wall climbing parkour or whatever it is he does, he's able to see that, the person would have been able to, without exposing themselves too much in light to be easily seen, have climbed up the wall if they're somewhat athletic and been able to drop into the building from the broken ceiling piece nearby. The reason why this matters, why Aldo's investigating it this way, is because while he's up there and dropping into the ceiling, something catches his eye. There's a feather that's stuck to like the area where the person would have dropped. Like a feather is right there. And so he goes over and grabs the feather and plucks it out and looks at it, because the feather it's a bit disheveled, because obviously it's like caught in the spot or whatever, but it's a lot neater or cleaner than you'd expect if something was like caught here for a long while. And giving it smelling it a little bit, it doesn't smell like a feather that would have just recently come off of like a wild animal. It smells like, it doesn't smell like a wild animal. It lacks a lot of that kind of like aroma. No, there's no smell. It's not like you are some bloodhound or some shit. So there's no aroma that catches you. That all being said, you can roll me a knowledge nature, or if you can't, just hand it off to Wade to roll it to see where he can identify of this.
Definitely hand it off to Wade.
Is there any addition to this roll or anything from whatever Keegan's been doing? Sorry, I had stuff going on.
It's just knowledge nature.
Flat roll.
Can I aid him too?
Yes, you can.
I need. I rolled like shit.
So did I.
Jesus Christ.
It's a 14 right now. Do you guys want me to use a +4 or luck or anything? I'm assuming I'm trying to identify whatever bird this feather came from, or whatever. I'm assuming that's what it is. I don't know how important that is.
Maybe try and luck it. I wouldn't use the +4.
Yeah. See if we got any luck.
We do
We
not.
don't.
So I'm at a
We
14.
do not have luck.
Okay. So luckily for you, a 14 is enough, because it's not an extremely rare thing. It's the feather of a Deek Rumi, which is a Deek Rumi is a large land bird that walks around. It's kind of a ugly, large feathers to it, so on and so forth. More or less, Wade, it's a fucking turkey. These birds are indigenous. You're familiar with what they are. They're indigenous to the region of what's what I'm looking for here. The region of Eroth. That's what I was looking for. That's known as Rast right now, or even part of the area that's part of the Delegas. It's the southeast region of this area, where it's a little bit colder, lots of heavy forests, so on and so forth, that are over there. I mean, the birds maybe at one point stretched beyond that. They probably go up into the Dale lands and whatnot as well. You just don't know that area well enough to know this, but you do know that they do come from that area, and they're popular because their feathers are so large and so firm that they make for really, really, really good arrows. Bolts use different feathers because bolts themselves are structurally different from a typical arrow. Arrows would tend to be much longer and require a different method of craft. So, yeah, these are Dikrumi birds. They're great.
I'm sorry, their feathers are popular for what?
For making arrows, for fletching.
They are for making
fletching, yeah.
Unless you guys want me to RP it out, he'll basically just pass that information on whenever you point it out to him.
Right. Okay. With what we know with what we know of the people that are after us now, well, this is used for archery, and where'd you say it's located?
Southeast. I'm not super familiar with Rost, but I learned of that. I couldn't tell you anything more about it, I don't think, but
yeah, I wouldn't say
Mikhail,
it's close.
That's where exactly?
Southeast.
It's pretty far from here, right? Southeast.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how far.
Yeah, technically speaking, the forests that go through there are not just in Rast. They're also technically also in the Barren Lands and Delegas and so on and so forth. That stretch of forest that's over there. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, those woods do touch parts of the Barren Lands and other areas, so it's not here, not native to here. That's kind of a weird find. It would make sense for what's his face.
I'm not jumping the bolt here, but arrows. This guy's an archer, and it's from an area this is at least is from an area that borders the Barren Lands. I mean, it's the one sticking out, right?
Yeah,
makes more sense than being stalked by a turkey.
Mikhail,
only that were the biggest of our problems.
Think again. I mean, bugbears are big. You know?
Yeah.
This guy,
I just didn't get a good enough look.
He's seen.
I didn't get a good enough look. I'm sorry. It could have been, but you could have just been a tall guy.
Yeah.
Didn't get any details. It was like a blob. Just happened to look person-shaped enough that I messaged at it and it ran.
We were elevated, so he would have looked smaller. No.
That too.
Scott, so it looks like this person just passed through here, didn't spend any time here. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yes.
Right. Okay. And they came in from the roof.
They likely after they hid from Mikhail's spell casting, dropped in from the roof. Yes.
Right. Okay. How far are the sewers from here? Where's that sewer entrance?
Hold on. Wait. Which sewer entrance are you referencing?
Aren't a bunch of them like jammed shut?
Mm-hmm.
It's like we've been using. Where's the one we've been using? Like we've been in the sewers a bit. Do we know which ones have access and which don't? You know what I mean?
So most of them no longer have access because of eons, right? There would be one. I don't want to say because like remember you're over by where the cliff is that drops down to the river, right? So I mean there's also just like grates that feed out into the river or take in water from the river that somebody could get to by going down the when I say cliff, it's not like a 600-foot drop. It's relatively small from that. But it could be down there, and you can get into one, or you can go try walking inland. But remember, the barracks itself is removed from most of the town. That's how it's always been. It's been a wide berth between them and the rest of civilization. The tannery is not too far off. Tannery is even actually to the east of where you are because they're downstream from the rest of the town.
Right.
So maybe he's pissing in a bucket for some extra cash on the side.
I'm the leader of the mafia.
Koa, help me get up here.
I will help you get. Do I have to roll something to do that? Is
Nah,
that
you're
climb or something?
You're
Okay. He assists.
Getting onto the roof or whatever, Scott, and just looking out. Once again, I'm trying to think of where somebody might go, or using all of my past experiences, I guess. Once again, is there anything that jumps out? I've got a. I'm up high now.
Yeah, you get the 26 total perception check looking around.
Yeah.
You don't know this person's methods well enough to have that answer.
No.
If this is somebody that felt as though they got enough information, then would have fled, they could have gone in fucking any direction a significant amount of time ago. If this is a person that's going to stay here and stay on it for a while, honestly, they could have stayed in here for a little while, which again, you saw no other signs from inside this location. Yep. And then as the sun would have risen, they would have left and gone elsewhere. And if they're still nearby watching, since the sun is up, since they can see now, they could be a good distance away. They don't have to actively watch every moment. They just need to know where you are, not actively see you.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, beyond that, the fact that you guys have spent so much time here investigating this means that they would also be on to the fact that you would be on to them if they were watching at all.
If they were watching.
Yeah.
They'd still need to sleep too.
Of course.
There is that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, I can't make heads or tails of it. Is there anything I can see up here, which, given if we go back and forth from the barracks, right? So up here, above things, looking around, is there anywhere that I can pick that might be a very good ambush spot? Because that's one thing we do know, because Leon said it.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. For that one, that's a tactics. That's a strategy one. What's that? Is it literally? I'm trying to remember the skill for this. It's like, is it knowledge history? Is warfare stuff, right?
I know you've used knowledge history for that in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's in lieu of a profession soldier.
Because before World War I, literally studying history was how you learned military tactics, and then everything changed after the advent of the machine gun. It's funny, people are still using like medieval tactics going into World War II, and they were just dying in droves. Anyway, so
that'd be a history check then.
Yeah, so it feels like, I'm pretty sure it's a history check. That profession soldier, thank you, Snaga. The other one's profession soldier, but profession soldier at like low ranks is more like, I know how to follow orders. Whereas like at higher ranks, it's like, I know how to lead men.
Yeah. He yells out to Mikhail. He's like, Mikhail, come up here. Help me out with something.
Koa boosts Mikhail up too.
Thank you.
If Mikhail wants to go.
Just help, I'm short. Scott knows how it is.
Hey,
all right.
Brittany, I need to get into my high chair for dinner.
So,
I'm guessing you want me for my knowledge history that I don't have.
I was just describing.
Don't you have that thing that you can roll anyway?
I could roll it anyway. I'm just bad.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, well, you go ahead and roll.
All right.
Or do whatever you want to do. Assist or roll. Your choice.
Yeah, Joe, I was thinking survival, but I'm not up there anyway. So, I mean, I don't know.
See, I'll roll because I could go above a 10.
Yeah.
Because I have bardic knowledge or whatever.
That's right.
Unless... No, mole history, that wouldn't work here. Okay. Oh, that was almost good.
It's almost really good.
That was almost so good.
So you don't assist, and you don't hurt him, which is nice.
Well, I think I was just rolling the check, but
I thought you were assisting.
I don't have it.
He doesn't have it. Yeah.
Oh, then he should have rolled first to see whether or not he assisted you, because he can beat a 10. But
because
you can still roll, Jaaek, to
put me at a 9.
put him at a 9.
Okay.
Oh god.
We just stand there scratching our heads.
I don't know. That looks like a good spot. Maybe this. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, what you guys come to the realization of, this is a fucking spot that a barracks was chosen for a reason. There is no good ambush spot for here because that's why the barracks is here. It's to make it so it's hard to ambush. And the fact that these buildings are even nearby is probably because they're seen as non-threatening. They're in shitty enough condition. If somebody tried to, you could just doze it down if need be. Likely the people in the barracks use it as secondary cover, or sorry, as primary cover if they're in it, and use the barracks as a fallback. Right? It's probably why they even left them there. No, you don't see anything around that would be of a good vantage point or ambush spot for you around the barracks.
Yeah, if there's a good spot here, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, right. Well, we're being watched, and closely too.
Yeah,
Let's be on our
at least we
guard.
were.
All right. Well, still go down to the river, or is that looking too dangerous right now?
We should go by there, I think, before we head over to Talia.
All right.
Okay. You guys head down by the river and try to see if there's anything down there. No tracks stand out to you or anything. The whole time, there's just that cold shiver. That's you know that feeling. I'm sure y'all have felt it before. You like feel like you're gonna shiver. You know, sometimes like right before you shiver, you feel like a shiver is coming on, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, there it is. It's like you feel that precipice of a shiver going down your spine at kind of like all points in time, but it never actually triggers. You never get like the shiver and then it's all over. It just is always about to happen. Like that yawn or that sneeze that just never quite takes place. Right. Anyways, you have this feeling as you're looking around down there and you don't see anything. You get the impression, if something is washing, if something was going to ambush you, maybe not while the three of you are together.
The only thing I'm thinking of is when we crossed over, if they checked out that area, right? You're saying there's no tracks or anything, but is there? We do know one other thing that we haven't had eyes on or anything is this guy usually has a dog, right?
In theory, yes.
In theory, right?
I think it's like one or two dogs.
Yeah. There's no, there's nothing looks like fucking any of that.
There was no report saying that anybody saw any of the hounds, which is why they're like, it sounds like it could be him, but no hounds. It's probably not.
Yeah. All right, well then I guess we go see Talia, I suppose.
And when I say no signs of hounds, that was from people that reported that it's probably him. They said they've seen no signs of hounds, meaning he wouldn't even have them with him, as far as it's known. Sorry, Wade, go ahead.
Yep,
you're good. Whenever we're walking around not seeing anything, Koa would, I guess, pipe up. I guess one way we could try to lure somebody out is if they're trying to get us alone. We do know of a place where we can go in separately and meet up. And that's Ashanti's house. One could go into the house, two in through the bar, and we'd be together, but we'd have the look as if we're separated.
Except the bar burned down.
There's still probably
Ashtara's house. Okay.
What'd I say?
Ashanti.
Yes.
Like, where does she live in the city? Yeah. No,
There'd still be an entrance for the bar, right? It would just be kind of fucked up.
Unless the building collapsed in on the spot or whatever. You haven't checked it out since it happened.
I didn't know the place was on fire.
Mm-hmm. Remember that you guys lit the fire.
I believe you.
In the tunnel thing. Yeah, that's right. That happened. Because then we had to evacuate it.
We did have to send everybody out.
Yeah.
Anyway, Koa would still suggest it despite that.
That could work if it's still intact enough to traverse. Let's I don't know if we act on that right now anyway. I doubt they'd be making a move right this second.
Just a thought.
Yeah, it's good to keep in mind. I can't think of any better places.
The only other one I had was the sewer in the ruins. Another place we can go in separately and meet up.
Yeah. probably talking on the way to Talia at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything else to add there.
Okay. So you guys are doing exactly that and heading over towards where Talia is. Are there any other spots you want to check out or anything along the way? Or are we just going to kind of like slam bam, thank you, ma'am, wind up at Talia's house?
Oh, do we pass the what's his name? The Tanner's place? Is he still alive?
The Tanner's place is the opposite direction of where literally everything else is when you're over at the
Then-
barracks. You
then
can
no.
go there. It's just, it's heading towards the outside of the city as opposed to going back into it.
Yeah, no. Well, if it's out of the way, we'll just move on.
Okay. All right. So you guys are gonna make your way into the town and head straight over to Talia. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You arrive at her place. Again, now that it's daytime, things are a lot more simmered down. A lot of people that would have acted up last night, well, one, they're tired, they're in bed, they're sleeping. They cause us of chaos and mayhem. They're tired now. They're all nappy. And other people are like actively going out. And I mean, as much as there are bad things, there's also people here that like, this is my fucking house. Like, this is my home. This is where I live. And you'll go through neighborhoods and you'll see a handful of people actively trying to like move debris out of the way or actively just trying to. And it's like moments like that as you guys are walking through them that you have like your characters like, Mikhail and Aldo are like, Mikhail is probably like, well, this is what we're fighting for. It's like, help these people. This is what we're supposed to be fighting for. And Aldo looking over there and being like, huh, I know this. And then Koa looking down there and wanting to be emboldened by like, this is what we're fighting for, but also remembering maybe this is what you caused. And once again, it's kind of, it's weighing on him. Not quite as heavily as, but he can't shake that feeling. You guys are able to make your way over to Talia's and seeing, what's going in there. She herself is properly up, dressed, so on and so forth. Actually dressed a bit differently than she was yesterday. This time she actually has on her like a proper like leather cuirass, and she has like I think she did before, but she definitely has a weapon strapped to her side. She even has in the leather cuirass she has. There's even bits of metal plating in various like vital areas in it. It's like light enough so it's not super heavyweight. You can imagine like this is like a much higher quality version of studded leather. Maybe even slightly more protective than studded leather. Certainly wouldn't have been cheap. It's, made specifically for her. Either way, she looks very much the part of somebody who's prepared for what is anticipated to happen even as early as today, if you haven't bought yourself a couple of days, right? And so she looks the part to be prepared for it. As your characters come walking in, I don't know who walks in first, but she certainly takes in the sight of all of you having been tired on light sleep, and certainly Koa looking like half dead. And says, you look like last night didn't go well. If bad news, good news, or otherwise, tea or there's a bit of grounds left. Shall I have someone make coffee?
Coffee would be nice. Yeah, thank you.
She nods and says, we're preparing to take our next action. Let's get you properly suited to come and meet with the council. She says, and she says that very, the tone suggests that it's not actually the council. It's almost like a joke more than anything else.
Yeah, certainly. Just before we get too caught up in anything, we need to let you know, Leon's looking to meet with you, hopefully this evening, at whatever other details.
Stops for a moment and says, all right, of course we'll meet with him. Unfortunately, to head out of the city is to put myself at risk. Would the three of you be accompanying me, or should I procure a guard?
Yeah, Leon was coming into town.
Yeah. Well, sorry, not outside of the city, but more or less to the edge, because he can't like walk all the way up to our front door, right?
Yeah.
Because he has to be able to quickly get back to his own people.
Oh, just like outside of the where the ruins are or whatever.
It's like the periffs, if you will. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
The three of you will be joining me. You're not otherwise indisposed.
I look at the other two.
I mean, this is important. You need to coordinate what's going on outside of the city with what's going on in here. So, pretty high on the list. Making sure you get there safely.
Nods and says, "Then go and get yourselves refreshed. I'll be meeting with you in 15 minutes' time."
Right.
She goes off, and someone will lead you guys to a place where you can properly like have a moment to like refresh yourself. And it's that thing where Mikhail is part of his morning routine as he like I don't know gets changed. He probably just changes out his undergarments and uses prestidigitation to like cleanse everything else. Goes over to the two of you, knowing that he's already clean, and offers you the assistance if you need it. And then also, whether or not magic is effective, I don't know, maybe this is just me, but at the very least, you'd want to like grab a wet rag and like wipe down your face, back of your neck. And, even just walking across town, you feel, I don't know, magic, it's effective, but like, there's something to be said about bathing.
Well, yeah, being clean is one thing. You don't want to be ashy either.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Nice. Cool. You know what? There should be like a press to crematation too, where you can just like body butter yourself or whatever.
I think that's a thing for brothels.
Press to cream.
That'd be like a fun. I don't know what mechanic.
Yeah, it would be. Let's not go to the brothels right now, man.
I think they call that a happy ending.
Never mind. All right, back to the game. So your characters are will go and like have your moments, and somebody will bring in like a coffee for you, and of course it's a stiff, poorly made black coffee. But hey, at least you get something. And when you go over to meet with the council, you're going to meet with Talia there, as previously said. Who else is also going to be here is what's her name? The young lady that was it Aldo that saved her? The other council's daughter.
Oh,
Koa saved.
Khadijah.
Koa saved
Thank
one.
you.
Yeah,
It's
Koa, I think.
Yeah, Asia's daughter. Yeah. So Khadijah will be there, and then there's another person who they look vaguely familiar. You're not entirely sure you know who they are. They're definitely not a council member that's sitting there as well. And so those are the only three people is Talia, Khadijah, and this other individual who you're not very familiar with. And she says, as you guys come in, there's like this formal like introduction of your characters or whatever as you're stepping in there. And says, well, we have quorum. Let's begin the meeting. Council lady and or counselor, they would say, and look to Khadijah, and Khadijah would say, well, first and foremost, I'm not sure everybody here is familiar with all the parties, and they would turn to the other person to the side and say, this here is a representative of, oh God, I'm so bad with names.
The Lollipop Guild?
The councilwoman you saved from the fire.
Yahanka?
God damn it. So, sorry, tiredness is like really settling into my brain. So, this right here is a representative of Yahanka, and so we'll carry the weight of her words for the point of this meeting. And then finally we'll say, obviously, the three of you are familiar with the situation that's going on. You're familiar with how dire the straits are for the city of Hodgwen, for the town of Hodgwen. And you know how bad the streets are, how much the people have been suffering. You're familiar with all of these details. I don't need to belabor the point. There are many problems that are at hand, and only so many hands to look to resolve them. Of course, you think we have those that are willing to serve, at least to the best of their ability, and then there's the ability to give them the order to execute in some way. We don't have the ability to do this. We don't have an easy way of contacting everybody. We have an easy way of coordinating. And so we're going to have to triage what are our top priorities and what we need to resolve first. And the whole point of this meeting, as we're meeting now, is to triage through those priorities and to execute the ones that we can. Does that make sense to the three of you? She says, turning to you and realizing, like, obviously knowing that none of y'all have been a part of any of this kind of process beforehand.
I'm following so far.
Koa just nods.
She says, then we're going to list off the problems that we're familiar with that are going to take place, that are taking place. But it's very possible the three of you are familiar with more issues that we're not familiar with. So please feel free to chime in, and we're going to take it from there. And then they start to list off the issues. Several of the issues here I don't need to mention because they're more civil issues, like around and then such and such area. They're not able to easily get waters brought over there because of the dangers. That well had been dried up long ago because the waters had just kind of come through from the upstream of the river and brought over. But you can't safely get there, so there's actually a low supply of water there. Talking about how the hospital supplies are very low. And how it's they believe they do have supplies that are on hand that they can provide for the hospitals to lend assistance or whatever it is that's there. But for them to be able to successfully do that, there's going to have to pull resources to transport from A to B, because you have to get the hands to go to the supplies, to put them onto some sort of wagons or whatever it is, then transport those wagons and guard them as they go to get them to where they. There's a lot involved in the logistics between moving from A to B and da-da-da-da-da. There's the issue of Beltran's army that's immediately outside of the city-states, and what they can do with that situation. With Beltran being dead, in theory they should be able to kind of like come in, but this being a trained army that is supposed to belong to Hod Gwen, in theory they give the order to stand down, and they will. But none of the people that are leading that army are citizens of Hod Gwen. They're all hired by Beltran to do Beltran's beckoning, so on and so forth. And they're only now realizing why the significance of that action that he did beforehand. It means that their loyalties are outside of that of Hod Gwen, and specifically to him, making it hard to get them to bend a knee to their will. And a couple of other issues that are there. They never mention, of course, what you guys are calling lieutenants or the sellswords, because they're not familiar with that. They are, of course, familiar with the fact that you have brought an army in and how it is that they're able to, coordinate with that. And, of course, you'll mention Talia's intended to meeting with them. But if Talia is going to go meet with him, that also removes her as a resource that can be leaned on to executing XYZ. Are there any other high-level items here that you PCs want to have your characters bring in as situations you immediately need to have resolved before choosing which ones you're going to act upon?
I mean, I imagine we would bring up the sellswords and whatnot.
Yeah, I think so too.
Get on
I think it's
them.
better to let them know.
Okay. And then even labeling down who these individuals are.
Yes.
Okay.
Thundercuck, erratic lady, and breastplate guy.
The three people that are here would not be familiar with any of those individuals because it's outside of like they're effectively, for all intents and purposes, Adirians, and these are all Del or beyond, right? So
I would ask, is there anything like critical that could be messed with by saboteurs or something like that?
Oh, they also inform you that the color stay had burned down, and that there were efforts in the local neighborhood to put out the fire. But two things. One, the fire has not burned down, has not burned out. It continues to burn. And two, luckily it has yet to spread to buildings nearby, but not without its own trying. They've had to actively fight it as it's started to spread to buildings nearby, but it seems to not want to spread as a fire, which is kind of strange, but they do point that out. But that whole region in general, people are just really, really fucked up. Just like really, the whole region's kind of like collapsing in on itself, and people are like getting away from there from the concerns of the fires and just like the sheer doom and gloom of that area. I'm sorry, Jake, you just asked me a very specific question and I did not answer you. Could you ask it again?
Is there anything like critical or anything that saboteurs could try and hit?
Yeah.
Excuse me, I had to say this call.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's a great question too. So hopefully you can hear most of it while I'm answering. So obviously, the taking down of the barracks would be a big one because they would lose a huge stronghold for them, and it would hurt morale. Taking down the actual town hall would be another one because that's again another kind of stronghold that could be used. Though typically speaking, it's used by the council itself. It's another stronghold, and again, it would like tear down the morale of the city because it's like permanent, like lasting damage that's there. There's the bridge that crosses between Hod Gwen and the whole area to the south. Losing that would destroy commerce with anything south of Hod Gwen, and that's also like the only bridge for many miles to the east. The next bridge across there is as far west as Harrod. Beyond that, you're going to have to go all the way into Paradel to get the next bridge that's maintains that crosses, through there. So I mean, there's a reason why Hod Gwen has grown as big as it has. It maintains an old bridge to the south, and it's the crux of two rivers, right? Like that's why it's always, you get the idea. So there's areas like that are of importance for them to maintain, and you guys are like, oh, that bridge, it's actually under the control of Bellatrix's army, and they didn't know that before, and so that is immediately a concern. Is like, if Bellatrix's army is to hurt Hod Gwen, then they absolutely could sabotage that bridge. If the army is there to just collect their money or to just do, some looting damage, whatever, God forbid they're here looking for some sort of like overhaul dictatorship regime sort of approach, which is funny how small they are. But if that was their, then maybe they wouldn't break the bridge because it benefits them for having it in the long term, right? So it all depends on their motives. I hope that answers that question. Oh, other hospitals, easy spots. You destroy a hospital, like again, you destroy the morale of the people that are nearby, the ability to return peoples of imports back to health and recovery, blah 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 blah. The places you would imagine.
They're located on the eastern side of town, right?
Hospital?
The army.
Oh yes, they're outside the eastern part. Yeah.
So what would be the landmarks closer to them that they would get to first?
Yeah, because they wouldn't really attack a tannery. They might raid a tannery, but they wouldn't necessarily destroy it. It'd be the easiest ones to attack would be the bridge, stay out of control, or the garrison, which yeah. Luckily, they probably would have attacked it last night if y'all didn't use your deception to hold them back for at least one night.
Yeah.
So war crimes are only crimes if there is a council or blah, 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 to say that they're war crimes.
We don't have a Geneva Convention yet.
There is no Geneva Convention.
Kind of, I don't know. Sounds like probably the maybe we focus on the bridge, because the garrison would be really bad to lose, but it's also a much more defensible spot. Like, it's harder to take. But it was just being spied on, so maybe that is their target.
Well, yeah, we assumed that one of the. So you're talking out of game or in game? I should ask that before I answer.
I was kind of more thinking out loud, so that was probably a little bit meta.
Yeah, so we think it was one of the bounty hunter people watching us more so than like one of the scouts for the army.
Yeah, that's true.
But we do know the people that were part of the army were already on the bridge.
Yeah.
So with the fires and everything else that we had them burning, they might be aware that we have people south of the bridge. It wasn't exactly super far away. So us trying to get all that ash for Ashanti and them having seen us literally try to cross the bridge to get down there, I think the bridge would be kind of a prime target. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
For control or destruction, either one. I would assume control, but if they know that we have an army down there, then they might resort to destruction, right?
Yeah. Oh, I guess to answer Scott's question of if we had any other high level items we wanted to bring up, I don't think we do. I think that was it for us.
then it comes down to triage, and right off the bat, she says, "Well, that being said, I do want to say that there are a couple of details to bring to case here for what we can offer. Fortunately, with having Jovanka alive and well, and having given a voice here at the council, gesturing to the person to their side, having given a voice here at the council, we do have whatever stores inside the treasury that we can access, that belong to the treasury, that we can access through the bank, to work in our favor. I mean, flooding the streets with coin can have a lot of devastating long-term negative effect, but if it can stem the blood now, it might be beneficial for us to do so." And this is actually where Talia chimes in and says, "But the long-term negative effects are extreme. Flooding the streets with a bunch of money can lead to all sorts of devastation." She turns to the two of you who might be like, she'll be like, "Listen, I'm all for the people. You know this. You know what I fight for. You know that I want them to have opportunities and to live fine lives and so on. But if you're just throwing coin out there, they're then just going to turn on each other for this money. It needs to be doled out to those that can deliver, that can execute on the actions that we need, and not just throwing coins into the streets as a distraction." And then there's like a little bit of a bickering back and forth of what kind of Neve, and being a little too, and just like, and then more or less like them kind of bickering back and forth about previous conversations and how they perceived approaches to solving problems in the past as opposed to this immediate scenario. I don't know if your characters allow that to play out.
I think Mikhail probably would.
Yeah, unless they say something that's like completely objectionable.
Okay.
This is above our wheelhouse of our normal knowledge.
He's just listening.
Okay. You allow that to play out. And there's like a moment in there where you swear, because like the only person that's here that's technically a counselor is Khadijah. But there's like a moment where you swear she's gonna pull rank, but she doesn't, and kind of like bites her tongue or whatever it is to allow things to play out. And so eventually it's kind of like settled down. We will do what we need to do to kind of like stop things or whatever that's in there. And then finally, Talia will turn to the other individual and say, "Do we know how much the treasury actually has stored inside of the bank?" And they look a bit wide-eyed and say, "Oh, I didn't check. I was just asked this morning to come and join into this meeting, and to given some direction as to what to say while here. I haven't the slightest how much is actually inside of the bank." And then Talia's like, "Wonderful. Huh. Well, promissory notes is what we're going to have to use then, isn't it?" And Khadijah being like, "Well, maybe debt isn't such a good thing," almost like conceding the point. And then they, turn back to the actual conversation with the two of you and say, or the three of you, sorry, and say, so Jake's camera's off, and say, if you're weighing the problems that are here, what would you boil to the top? What do you think are the most critical items for us to resolve? Certainly transporting fresh waters to the people inside of one region, looking to the fires of the color stay and the fact that they will not drop, despite the fact that they have been fought multiple times. The fighting has stopped, and they have tried to spread before. Likely they're going to spread now. And then there's the army and so
on. So what's our full list of things we're picking from? So water, which seems important. Color stay fire. Did that stuff we add to the list, is that a part of this, or is that just us?
It's part of this, of course. Yeah. They're being cell swords. That doesn't. You don't know whether or not they're attacking you specifically.
Mm-hmm. No, we don't.
But we know Beltran's a bitch, and it's not unlikely.
Yeah, we know there's a good chance Kadan is, but we don't know about the others, what their target is going to be. Because we got water, color stay fire, the garrison, cell swords, bridge, hospitals,
Mhm.
Town hall.
Yep.
I think that was everything.
Yep. And so it's a matter of prioritizing which ones here you want to care the most about. Thank you for writing those down over into the chat over there. What you want to prioritize as being the most important here, because these are things that you are not personally going to, like, what can we divert assets to? You guys being a resource here, you're not the only,
Oh, so this is not we're going to go do this. This is like, what do we want them to?
Yeah, you have people here that have
stuff to
people that serve them. These are leaders.
Good. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wasn't sure. Okay, so
what kind of water treatment is there? Because like, I feel stupid for saying this, but like, is water really an issue whenever everyone is like 20 feet from the river?
Well, that's the thing, is like the parts of the town that are far from the river and can't get to it. There is no means that it's not like this plumbing that runs water into their house. If you can't walk over there to get water, you don't have water to drink.
Because there's like riots or whatever between you and it?
Yeah, because there's violence between it. You literally can't go there and fill your bucket. And they said that over in that area of town, there was wells before, but those wells had broken forever ago and they were never repaired.
Okay.
I see. So now we're dealing with their shitty city maintenance.
Exactly. And that's why it's like one of those, you get to just prioritize if is this something that we're going to focus on, or no, let's solve the bigger issue and this will solve itself afterwards.
Like, I feel like the cell swords is like pretty much just us. Like that's the thing we're taking on in general.
It doesn't have to be, but sure.
It doesn't have to, but I feel like that's what I think we were all pretty agreed on that. And that's what Leon was telling us too, is like, this is probably a good thing for you guys to focus on.
Yeah.
And I agree. I mean, water's pretty damn important if half the city can't get it. Like, it's hard to put that one low. And then like an active fire that's trying to spread is also seems similarly.
Is it still an active fire trying to spread, or is this the magical, like, looks like fire illusion?
They said it's trying to spread, but
I thought you said that they'd been saying that, but it never actually did, even though it looked like it was.
They were able to fight back each time that it did start spreading.
So that's the thing, we could go investigate and see. We can put like some time toward that and be like, okay, here's what's actually happening. Like, if it's a real fire, then obviously that's a huge emergency. If it's just illusory stuff, then
if you're investigating that, then you're not going after cell swords, right?
It just depends on what it ends up being, right? I don't know how quickly we can determine that. Obviously, if
I think what you should
put my hand in it, it doesn't burn. Then
what you should probably do here is choose at least 2 of these to just nix.
Can we send a message to Leon somehow? I feel like Leon should be responsible for the bridge.
That sounds like a great choice. He specifically said to leave the bridge alone for now.
Yeah,
I agree, but I think we should let him know that they could potentially like want to target the bridge to destroy, since if they know they're there. So I feel like Leon can handle the bridge.
Yeah, so
and he's parlaying with them, so that might be part of his already initial parlay. But sure, continue.
Water and garrison seem like important things for them to focus on. I don't know what. Are we picking 2? Or are we just writing the priority list? How are we doing this?
However you'd like. Usually priority list 1 through 9 or whatever it is. But maybe I'm saying, just to make your life easier, maybe you should just... So one cell sword is just PCs. It's right there. Cell sword, PCs, resolved. Remove it from the list.
I agree with that.
And then that's not me suggesting. It's what y'all had already said. Then choose 2 here to just remove from the list. They're priorities that you're just ignoring.
Yeah. So bridge, I would put on that list because we're letting Leon handle that.
Leon is one of your resources, but yeah. Like Leon help protect the garrison.
Okay. I can just put, there's a Leon category then.
Sure.
It's going to be such an ugly list.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. I feel like water has to go on the list of focuses, in my opinion.
I think the water and the garrison are important things to hold. I think hospitals are important, but we kind of have some people kind of watching it, and it'd be a weird thing to target Because you're like saying people that are already
Especially
out of the
first.
fight. Let's go. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, to target people that are already out of the fight first before you target the actual threats. Like, it might be demoralizing, but otherwise it's just kind of like a dick move. I don't know. Like, there's
it's like
nothing real strategic about it.
It's just straight up evil at that point. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Like, can I say
I feel like if
do it? Sure, but if he's not the one giving the order right now, why would an army be like, you know what we're gonna do? Fuck all these strategic points in the army. We're going for the hospital.
And if it's anyone's job, it's gonna be one of the sellswords. That's not a thing you send like a bunch of soldiers to do or whatever necessarily. Like,
and a lot of the people that are in the hospital were already like Beltran soldiers to begin with.
Yeah.
In that one hospital, yep.
So, we don't know if they know about the other one. So that'd be a weird one for them to target. So I feel like Town Hall and Hospital are maybe the ones I'm least worried about. Garrison we literally took because of its strategic significance, and then keeping the people alive seems important. Sorry, go ahead, Jake.
Is it just this list here? Targets for sabotage of the barracks, town hall, bridge, and hospital.
I think there's like one or two more.
That was the answer to your question. And then in the Roll20 chat we put this is like the full list, just the full list of what targets we're picking. So we're trying to eliminate some off the list. We're gonna have them.
Don't forget there were other things too that were just like not worth my mentioning, but other. Yeah. Continue. Go ahead.
They're gonna divert some resources toward some of these, and then of course there's stuff we're gonna handle. Leon already said that he wants that we don't need to mess with the bridge right now, so that's the thing he's dealing with. And
Leon's at the bridge.
We're taking on the sellswords.
Who are the sellswords?
That's the bounty hunters.
Bounty hunters.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Yeah.
I think maybe we take a peek at the fire ourselves, the color stay fire ourselves. I don't think it would take that long for us to take a look and determine whether it's a threat or not. Like, I feel like that's relatively quick to determine. And if there's people around, maybe we can inspire them to help just like keep it from spreading to the nearby. Maybe not fight the fire, but like they keep it from spreading to their building if it's a real threat.
Yeah. But the ones here, so we're taking care of we're trying to take care of the sellswords, right? Which the bounty hunter sellswords, whatever, aren't some of what they're doing is sabotaging as well. Isn't that what was going on?
We suspect. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're gonna possibly show up to some of these things anyway. Looking at that list, the least concerned I am is with the town hall. I really don't give a shit about the town hall.
Yeah.
So the hospital, on the next list. If that, depending on what type of people these are, that could be a really big hit. I actually have hospital higher on my list. But the barracks also. I mean, we took that right. It's a very defensible, good spot. That's also up there for me. The bridge has been handled by Leon. So, are we picking one to focus on, and are they allocating resources to another, or?
We're basically just making a priority list.
Yeah.
And they have resources to allocate. Mm-hmm.
So Leon on that.
Because like Leon's responsibility is Beltran's army.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I'll put that just to be.
The bridge is one of those where you're like, you can roll that under Leon's, but that's definitely much lower priority for Leon. His primary focus is just the army in general.
Taking out that bridge, is that going to stop them from coming into the thing, really? Or having to go around a long way to get in?
You talking about Beltran? Are you talking about your army?
No. Beltran's army.
They're already.
It would fuck our side. Our side's the one across the bridge.
Then the bridge is a high priority then.
Yeah, we don't disagree. We said that what we should do is just let Leon know about it. Let them know they could try to destroy the bridge to keep him from crossing and see what he wants to do. Mm-hmm. Because that is part of it. Like, they're really close to it. They could handle the bridge.
I forgot to bold the F for Valiant Few, but that's not in proper order. That's just kind of, this is who we were like designating stuff to.
I mean, otherwise, if you want to include the hospital, we could always.
But yeah, he wants to include hospital.
I don't know how important the garrison is, other than like we took it, but we could use it as like a Trojan horse type thing too, where we're like, fuck the garrison now, let them go and fuck around and think that they can they're gonna have a big fight at the garrison, but then actually we're defending one of the other things, and they can have the empty building if they want it.
Well, if they have
But then
a
that
proper
just-
empty building, that's a fortification. But if you had like, I don't know, obviously you don't have this, but if it was like filled it with TNT, and as they raided it, you blew it up, like, you know, but it's not an option, obviously.
I think the hospital should come under whatever resources Talia has on hand. They should. That's somewhere they should really look out for. The bridge, I think, is a big one right now, at least in the short term, because Leon may then, after he has these talks or whatever, he may move to secure that. You would assume he would know, getting his army in and out of the thing. It's important, right? But in the short term, it's probably good that we make sure that it's all right. And I think the garrison is a big one too for us.
So if we had 2, we just couldn't allocate any resources on. Which 2 would you vote for?
Out of that list, is this our personal resources or is this the resources at all?
The combined resources of your side of this conflict.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit about the town hall. I want to be honest.
Okay. There's one more. I think we all agree that's probably like, if the counselors are there, if that's where their hideout was, they had like their own guards and shit anyway. So hopefully they're left alone. Plus, if Beltran's parents are there, you'd think his orders to his army would be to leave his family alone as it was. So
yeah.
Whether or not they honor it, who knows? But if they're conflicted about whether he's still alive or not, still, then maybe they'll leave the town hall alone anyway. But what's the other one you'd pick?
The barracks should be able to hold itself as long as the people aren't drunk and like passed out there. Like if they set regular watches, like what's the saboteur gonna do? Right, the army's not coming in to take it. So what can he do to the barracks? Or what can they do to the barracks?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it'd be really weird for that to be easy to take down. The whole reason we got it is that it's not.
Yeah. And it's like Scott was saying, it's kind of in a good spot. Like, I mean, with competent and proper watch, they should be able to at least know something's going on, right? And be able to respond to it.
I mean, in theory, because of like where it's located, the fact that it's a defensible position, if they were to attack that while their resources are faced forward attacking, Leon could actually attack from behind, kind of almost like catch them off guard.
Yeah, it'd be pretty foolish for them to attack it if it's actually like defended and dug in.
Have we ever? We talked about talking
is
to the
Leon
Grey
building rafts or like some type of barge so he can bring the army over?
He was building
he's doing?
You saw at least a raft over there. Mm-hmm. He didn't discuss it with you guys, though. You saw it on your way back across.
So just 10 quick trips across the river, and he'll have everyone.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. First, is it the grain, the chicken, or the fox?
Fox is in the chef.
Oh, okay. So I guess it's just the grain and the chicken. In which case, you take either one of them first and fine.
Yeah.
I see. This is where things kind of clash here. I would trust in game Leon would know how important that bridge is if that was the only way, right? He'd have to know. Like, he's supposed to be a military genius or whatever. For him to neglect that completely just doesn't sit right.
I don't disagree. But even if he has a way around it of getting into the city, once things reestablish, like let's say he does have raft system ready to go. Like, I know Koa would care about this, at least on a good day, but let's assume that the worry isn't about our army getting across, but once the war's done and Hot Gwyn settling down, now all of a sudden their bridge is gone, so most of their shit either has to wait for the bridge to be rebuilt or they've got to go way far away to do shit.
The only thing I would say to respond to that is, who the fuck cares?
Probably most of the people in the room.
But we're worried about now, right? We need to get through the now, and if that's more important for what will happen later, deal with it. Rebuild the bridge. You're gonna be out a little bit, you know what I mean? But
we've already talked to Leon about the bridge to some extent. We told him that they had people guarding it.
Yeah.
He was the one that told us about the saboteurs, wasn't he? Or was that Beltran? I can't remember. Does he know about it? He does know about it.
Yeah, he told us. He was the one who gave us the info on them.
I don't know.
He was the one who said that that's what we should focus on. But we did talk to him about the bridge already. Yeah, he said that, or he thought that was a good idea. Whenever I like kind of needled about it, I remember him being like, "Well, that's where you come in." So, but like, it seems like he already had an idea of like what to do with that bridge. I don't even think we need to tell him. Well, they could try to blow it up if like he knows that. That's obvious, right? Like if they're gonna try to destroy it because he knows it's the only entrance. I don't even think we need to tell him about it. I'm sure that's been considered.
Do you want to nix the town hall and the bridge and just hope Leon already knows about it, and then
if he doesn't, it seems like a massive oversight on Leon's part. So
like he was already going to parlay with him about it. So I just feel like that's already got something going on.
I don't want to nix more or less any of them, but if we do, you know what I mean.
That was just Scott's words. Scott's words were picked 2 to nix.
Yeah, because it helps us narrow our focus, which we need to.
Yeah.
Because remember, again, there's all this stuff. There's the civil issues, there's the riots in the streets, there's the policing of this, there's so many problems that they're actively working on that just aren't on this list because their resources are already strapped. So it's like, hey, for what we can spare for you, what should we be focusing on as a united front, right?
Yeah. What's our number one priority? What's like
I think it's the hospital and the barracks. Mm-hmm. I don't know which number one is. Barracks, you know. It's a symbol, right? But if the hospital goes, that like the morale hit on that would be just terrible. Not to mention, you know, I mean, with injured people, there's nowhere to treat them. That is something we can't lose.
Yeah, I agree with that. It just seems like such a bad target. Like I feel like anything's going to, it's gonna be these bounty hunters or whatever, which we're already going after personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but isn't in allocating resources here, some of this is personal, right? So we would take positions at some of these places or whatever because we think that's what's going to get hit.
Yeah like obviously we're whatever we go do, we're going to do that's all we're going to be doing. But that's fine. We could put it at number 1 and just say we're handling it because it is the number 1 thing. But or not, sorry, I mean
the garrison's already being watched, right? Whether it's for us or what, they know it's not. They know it was a trick what we were trying to do. I think the garrison is pretty important. I don't know. I've spoken enough about it, I guess. So I guess.
But you want to put hospital number 1, and then what about Wade/Koa? What do you think's number 1?
Like water for the people matters a lot to Koa because he's always been out there like fighting for the little guy whenever things have been going on. However, it's been a day, 2 days, so like I'm not sure that people are dying of dehydration yet. So if we have at least someone helping get water over there and there's a system going, that can be lower on the list. So
what's this water thing? Because that's not on the list.
There's parts of Hod Gwyn that have been sectioned off kind of that don't have access to water right now because the wells in those areas were broken, and because of the riots in the street and the army and stuff, they can't get down to the river to get fresh water.
The wells have been broken for a long time. They've been consistently having to go to collect water from the riverside daily. Is like these further parts. Walk all the way down to the river, collect their water, walk all the way back, and now it's like you can't really do that anymore.
Yeah, because it's not safe.
It's not safe. So people literally just take your water as you're heading back and everything, right? Like it's just not feasible, and so they don't have access, and that lack of access has been gone for a couple of days now, for certain. On top of all the dangers that existed prior to that,
and probably already working off of pretty strictly rationed water since they're having to walk so far for it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that seems pretty important.
Yeah, that's Koa would be arguing for that one.
Water's a tough sell to lower.
Yeah, and I was only going off the ones I can see in that little chat there. So barracks, town hall, bridge, and hospital.
Look in the Roll20 chat.
Roll20 has the whole list on the bottom.
Yeah, I put the one in the Discord just as he was answering your question because I knew you were taking a call. But yeah, this was the rest of it.
So we can reiterate to Leon about the bridge, but we feel like Leon's got the... Yeah.
We're gonna pick 2.
Well, we have to pick 2 to get rid of. The other ones we can tell them are priorities. We're just trying to figure out 1, 2, 3, 4.
We're trying to get like an order of priority.
The 2 we've talked about nixing, I think, have been the town hall and the bridge, since we already told Leon about the bridge.
Yeah, which I think we kind of agreed on so far.
And one of the things that they're saying is, if your focus is on the cell swords, maybe your focus should be on the cell swords and not poking around in other locations, because if
that's where I think the bounty hunters and the cell swords are what they're gonna be doing. Like, we don't have a point to start.
Let me be clear. Focusing on searching for them means not stopping to go to the color stay and investigate that and so on and so forth. It's like making that your genuine primary focus and not an auxiliary thing that you're doing as you're walking around and checking out other stuff.
All right. Well, then that needs. I guess that's our priority, right? It has to be. There's no other one that our. Yeah.
So I can put them at number 1, but just obviously we're dealing with that. We don't want them allocating resources to it, I guess, is my point.
Yes, and that's definitively.
We are allocated to that.
Yep, understood. Yeah. Okay, so you guys are doing that one. Leon is obviously handling Beltran's army. Okay, so then it's just everything else. Are you still going to try to squeeze in color stay for yourself or no?
I mean, if they don't think we can spare 20, 30 minutes, then I guess we won't spare 20, 30 minutes.
Actually, even in this meeting, Talia is going to say, if there are this many new people, like loose resources that are out there that we don't know where they are, what they're planning on doing, I really don't think that you should even accompany me to go with the meeting of Leon. I think I should take an escort with me and leave you to do what you do best.
Well, I guess if we're just nixing Town Hall and Bridge, that means I guess they can handle the color stay, because that's not one of the ones we have to nix. So we'll leave the bridge to Leon, hopefully, and we'll tell them that. Okay. So I guess Town Hall and Bridge we're nixing at this meeting. We'll handle the cell swords. Okay. Make sure people have water.
And Beltran's
make sure the garrison.
Removed. So then let's prioritize the remaining one. With no Town Hall, no bridge. There's hospital, water, garrison, and color stay.
Probably that order, honestly.
Yeah, the only one that's weird for me is color stay, because like that could be, in my opinion, like if we're saying like water, hospital, garrison, color stay, but if the color stay is really legitimately on fire and threatening to spread, that could be above hospital to me, because that is a like immediate right now. This is going to be a problem that exponentially increases.
I don't know how it would still just legitimately be on. It was burning pretty fucking good when we were there.
It was, but it could be a mix of illusion and some real fire that's starting to build back up, because we didn't actually put all of it out.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Like the fact that that's a question mark is what's bothering me. And that's pretty much it. That's like the only thing, because otherwise, then yeah, it's like who cares? Or if it's like still not that big.
So do you want to bump that up to 2 or 3 and then put garrison at the bottom?
I would like to put it above garrison, because the garrison, again, I think is just well defended. Okay. Like I don't know.
We want hospital 1, and then 2/3 is water, fire, 4 garrison.
Yes, going by that, yeah.
All right.
I think this is going to
Leon Army Bridge, and then we'll check out the cell swords. I think that covers it all, right?
Plus the other things that you more or less, all the civil stuff and whatnot that's out there, you're more or less deprioritizing all of these other like side things or these neighborhood things. There'll be little arguments
for
like,
now.
Fine, we'll throw this one in there, but things that I'm not going to list them out because it's just silly to do so. Honestly, some of them will get wedged in there because it's like, oh, that's important, or checking on and such. Okay.
Honestly, those things I don't even think Mikhail would like weigh judgment on. He's like, that is you guys prioritize that.
Yeah.
Like, we gave our opinion on what the right now stuff is.
Yeah.
Did we bring up the fact with them already in the meeting or before about our original plan to talk to like one of the gray heiresses and have them tell the army like, hey, we're not doing this anymore? Because our whole plan was still to defuse this.
I forgot. I keep forgetting about that. No.
We would have brought that up in the meeting then too, because that was still one of our original plans. I mean, I don't know if I need to RP it out, but that's literally what the thing was. Is like, hey, this army is supposedly Hodgwin's army. Can't we just tell them to stand down?
So they said this at the beginning of the meeting about how you can't really like They still think Beltran's alive. So this team thinks Beltran's dead. You know that the army thinks Beltran's alive. I believe everybody here thinks Beltran's dead. I don't think you told them.
They should.
I don't think you told them that you told Beltran's army that Beltran's alive. That's what I'm trying to
We would
at.
probably bring all of that shit up here then.
Yeah.
We told Talia at least.
We told Talia. Yeah. Talia knows that we delayed them.
And then delivering that message. Who's going to get that word to the Greyerises? Who among the Greyerises is going to deliver that message? How is that message going to be received? There's all these like question marks of things that are there. And so we don't necessarily have to bring it to RP.
Well, we left What's-Her-Face at the hospital, so if she was still there, then whoever's going to the hospitals could handle it.
You're talking about
if that's on our list.
Lady Greyeris?
Yeah.
What is the status of the Greyerises?
So Khadijah was also at the hospital, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's here now. And she'll tell you that Lady Greyeris was collected by some of the family personal guard, right? Like not people that serve Hod Gwen, not people that serve like the family guard. And so they came to the hospital and collected her and brought her back home so that she can begin her mourning of her son with her husband. And so they have been removed there. Khadijah herself is almost positive her mother is also at the Greyerises, but has not been able to confirm that yet. They did confirm that what's his name, the counselor that was like lead of guard before or whatever. Is it Elwin?
The former adventurer guy?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I didn't say armor.
Is it Elwin?
Yeah, I think it's something like that. I'm looking. Oh, something. Yes, it's Elrin.
Yeah.
Elrin, I mean.
Yeah, that's what I have here. AMIN, yeah. All right, cool. So Elrin is still holding down the town hall to make sure that that's not like overthrown or whatever it is. So you know that he's there. That's why he's not at this meeting. Otherwise, he would have come. So that's what you do now. Cool. She doesn't know exactly where her mother is. Believes it's there. So they do say if you are going to go and visit the Greyerises, you would potentially have 4 more votes of the council. You'll have Alfie, you'll have Traxian, and you'll have
Bootlicker Boy?
Asia. Oh, I even say Bootlicker Boy was there. She doesn't know where Bootlicker Boy is, right?
Okay, he might be dead.
What's his name again?
Bootlicker Boy.
Dalvar.
Sorrow? No. What
Dalvar.
Dalvar.
Yeah.
Dalvar.
Dalvar Rashan.
Yeah. So Dalvar, he might be there too, but they have no idea where Dalvar is.
Man, those are the 4 votes I really care about.
5 votes, really. If you have 4 of them, Traxian has 2 votes.
It really gives a fuck about their votes, if I'm being honest. I just want them to tell the army to stand down.
Yeah. And potentially they could.
Because their priority is going to be, the town hall, and make sure you keep our shops open.
I mean, you can go and talk to them. Or you can go and hunt the sellswords.
But we don't have time to walk by the color stay, so can we really go talk to them?
You're welcome to prioritize it. You're the ones bringing up into this meeting. Go by there and talk to them. And they were like, we've resided ourselves to working separate from them. If you believe that you can go to their estate and convince them to be a part of this, then diverting your attention there only adds to our resources as opposed to pulls from them.
I don't think they're likely to help.
Like the Joker talking to fucking Harvey Dent after burning his face and killing his girlfriend. It's like, hi, we killed your son. Can you sign this form for us? We can go on our field trip.
Yeah.
You're conflating, though. These aren't Beltran.
Yeah.
Nah, but at best they're enablers.
They're parents, though.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
We did still kill their kid.
Their kid that they gave all this power to and allowed to run rampant.
Yeah, even if we cut Mama Greyris some slack here for clearly not being as big a piece of shit as we thought, we did still murder her son.
She was actively trying to stop him from doing that shit and doing so outside of the rule of the council, which there might be reasons for that.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think murder was, I don't think she wanted him dead, though.
Joey does. It hurts. It hurts their attention. Are they
Yeah.
hunting or are they doing that? That's what it hurts.
Yeah. Effectively, the way that I think we're all probably looking at it is like the more of these other things we do, the more that these bounty hunters or whatever are going to accomplish. Because
I'll throw this out there, though.
Not done anything.
If we do go there and we are successful, it could entirely stop the army conflict. If we stop the army conflict, that opens up all the other resources to help us with the bounty hunters.
Mm-hmm.
But Leon shut that down though. He literally shut that down when he was saying that the commanders aren't, and more or less like they probably want to loot the place.
Well, he said they would want to get still paid, and if they're willing to tell them to stand down and give them their pay, that still might shut them down.
Yeah,
they won't just stop because we say stop. But if they're like,
yeah,
here's what you're owed, here's what Beltran owed you, we're done. We're dissolved.
If that's the case, why not go straight to the person who manages the bank? You know what I mean? Have them pay it out.
Well, I because I think they think they're still, according to what we did, they think they're still working for Beltran. So I think they would either have to have another forged note by us, which at this point they'd probably be pretty suspicious about, or his parents telling them whatever truth they want to tell them, but also saying like, hey, this is our town, you're our army, here's your money, your job is now stand the fuck down.
Like, imagine if High Counselor Traxian legitimately showed up and was like, I am giving you the order to stand down on behalf of the city of Hodgwen and my son Beltran. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it could be a big W in the end.
You are missteering to the max. Traxian. We would have more.
We haven't even talked
with Lady Greyris. There is no way you're getting Traxian there.
We haven't even talked to him.
You
I don't
know nothing
know
about
what
him.
he's like.
Yeah,
but we knew that he possibly
he could be a Bengals fan.
Knew
about
what Beltran was doing.
Yeah, we
by
a
Bengals fan, I mean he likes watching the Plains Cats rip apart the citizens of Hod Glen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they wear their Patriot helmets.
Us not having any idea what he's like, it just puts it more firmly that like that might be a waste of time. But like, okay, just so I have the right understanding, it's only these commanders that were hired externally. All those soldiers are still Hodgwen citizens. They're not like a bunch of
the vast majority
mercenaries from okay.
So if you assume the army, what did I say? It was like 130 or whatever it is. Assume that
something
of that 130 soldiers, like a solid 100 of them, if not more, are citizens of Hod Glen, and then the people that are leading them were all hired external. Now the reason why I say 100 plus and not all 130 is because there could have been other people that just found their way into a deer and saw an opportunity. There could be people that came in from Ostrad or came in from Harrod or so on.
Okay. That does change it a little bit.
Yeah.
Only because like if you think of it, I'm not saying that we go with this because I'm still not totally convinced. But it does mean we don't really need to convince the commanders. We don't need them. If the whole army is like, well, if it's done, I'm not going to go in here raiding my hometown, and they all are like, fuck this whole war shit. We're done. Like, we can go home. Who gives a shit what the commanders think?
Morale might be low with them already anyway because they've been dealing with the fucking plague.
Yeah. It's like if it worked out that way, then like it'd be pretty much done. Like they could go raise hell and be like, no, we're getting paid, whatever. But like they don't have an army behind them anymore.
Yeah, if we can shut the army down, then the who fucking cares about holding the garrison or the bridge or the hospital? The hospital, none of that would be a priority. It would be the bounty hunters reestablishing order and then making sure people are okay. Like it would eliminate a lot of we have to focus on this because there wouldn't be targets if we can stop a conflict from happening.
And then if we're thinking through this, let's say we can't convince, like if we can't convince Traxian and Elfie,
then at least Aldo's met them and he has a couple disguises.
I was gonna say I don't think it's even feasible at that point. Like I think we just lose Like we need both of them, as far as I can tell.
Either to show up or write a letter or something. I don't know.
I don't think writing letters is going to do anything anymore.
Here's a question though. If you are going,
you stop with your questions, all right? You're just adding to the thing, all right? Stop adding.
If you are going to go, and
there's another fire that started up.
If you are going to go and meet with them, there is the gamble that this either is a waste of time or can solve so many things at once based off of XYZ, right? Which you're familiar with. Here's the question though. Do you bring Koa? Because legitimately, she saw Koa go.
Because
the thing with gambling is, right, you need to be prepared to lose. So if we're betting, we're going in prepared to lose. Otherwise, we aren't going in
for the eventuality or for the potential.
Yeah, you don't want to get into a fight with their personal guard without Koa there. But also, I think it says something like Koa wouldn't be one to like shy away from what he'd done. Like he doesn't feel like killing Beltram was the wrong thing. So like if they have, like he will point to all the exhibits of what he did wrong, that's why he had to do what he did. But like our point is not going to rub it in their face. It's to be like, hey, this is the situation. You're counselors. This is your city.
Yeah, if we were to do that, not bring in Koa, I think is actually a worse look.
Yeah,
that's like pointed.
Khadijah says that she's willing to write a note, a signed, sealed note that says if they are in favor of paying the army their full due salary with some amount on top to disband and to not follow their last orders, to stand down and disband until such a time that we choose to raise them again.
No monkey's paw in this order. Their last orders were from us that said stand down, so that better not be the one.
Sorry, well, you know what I mean. No. You know what I mean. Their last orders from Belcher, whatever. I didn't even think about that, Wade.
I was not going to let you be like, they'll ignore their last order, which you guys wrote.
So somebody starts DMing me. Technically,
Anna wakes up halfway through.
It reminds me. Anyways, so either way, you guys can get her to write a writ, and then the other two are able to represent Johanka, because they're there to act in Johanka's name. There's 2 votes of the council there, and then in theory, you have Traxian is 2, Alfie is 1. What's his name? That's the bootlicker, and then finally, Asia. There's 5 more. That's 7 council votes. I mean that's the vast majority. So,
no, we might not even need him. No, but also like,
yeah.
So because the ask is like go.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Joey, not Ano. Snaga. Joey is saying if you like lean into the conversation at the militant mom, you might be able to get her to side and sway the others to your opinion. So
yeah. Because Koa saved her, and she's a fan of Mikhail.
You're literally playing all the.
And Aldo.
Listen, I killed your son. I saved your daughter. It's called a wash.
Wash? What is it? Leave in the wind. Leave in the wind.
But like, so the ask is like, hey guys, go tell the army to stand down. What's even the case against that, other than we don't like you? Like, what's the counter argument? No, I would like them to come raid our city. Like what?
Yeah.
What?
I know, Jake, I feel like you and Aldo don't like this, but I feel like Koa would be pushing to try, because if we avoid conflict, it avoids conflict.
Yeah, I mean, if we take this in, I mean, Aldo straight up says no. He says there's no point. It's not going to work the way you want it, and we're risking too much. I know, like I'm a gambler, and I'm not prepared to lose.
Khadijah counters Aldo's point with, if there is a path to peace, though.
You know what, Khadijah? You're right. You are in good with these people. You should be able to change their mind here. It's your mum who's over there as well. Surely, you can do this.
she thinks for a moment. She says, my hope was to be the one to oversee the protection and the resources being allocated towards the hospitals. I could do that instead if you'd like. Sense motive checks.
I'm really good at these.
Mikhail is getting a attention from Talia, suggesting like sending her is the gamble, because then you are losing her as a resource to assist for something that has a low likelihood of succeeding.
No, the hospital's a big deal. I think you're well served at that as well. You've been there at this point too. Plus, they're too used to seeing you. I don't know that your voice would have enough sway.
Talia says,
with the respect you command.
Mm-hmm. Talia says, I would find time to go and visit with her, or even push back my meeting with your commander, if that were a valid choice. But I know these counselors. I know the situation that we're in. I technically do not hold a council. I just carry the voice in tandem with just the other one in the room. For Yovanka in her absence, they're not going to see that. They're going to see this as a grab for power, as opposed to a legitimate, execution of authority that we can bring in this scenario. They will not hear our voices. If Khadijah's not the one to go, and you can't click not Sarah, but the other one, to go instead of watching over the town hall, then you're the only ones that are going to be able to bend their ear.
I think we have to try. It might take some time away from other duties, but this could change everything if we're successful. This would open up resources.
How long? How long? How long do these take? How long does it take for them to convene? These are simple arguments. Is this going to take all day?
Literally, Talia just kind of gives you a gentle shrug and says, it's not a matter of the points that you're going to bring. You can argue them pretty quickly and get a feeling of where they are. Their son died today. Or their son died less than a day ago. They're going to not be easy to speak with in general. Expect it to be a difficult conversation. I understand your perspective. I share your perspective. He was an evil bastard that brought us to the brink of where we are right now, and that his downfall was a necessity to pull us back from going too far over the edge. They're not going to see it that way, at least not for some time, to be able to step back from the scenario. Their son died. That's going to sit with them.
They can grieve all they want. They just need to agree to tell the army to stand down.
I'm just worried about time.
I don't disagree, but if we're successful, that opens up everyone else to help survivors, help stop the riots, help with the cell swords.
Let's look, with every second we're here, we're wasting more time. I vote no. Koa?
I vote yes.
Mikhail? Let's go.
Of course. Damn it. Let's talk to the council.
Aldo stands up, grabs probably whatever mug is around, and he doesn't really react like this much, but he pegs it, and he points his finger directly at your face and says, "You better be on your A game, because I don't know how much help I'm going to be. Apart from I told you so."
I've got it. Okay, let's just do it.
One that's been pretty quiet the whole time, has been chiming in here and there as needed. He chimes in and says, "There's actually one more detail." He looks at Talia and says,
I go. Aldo just walks off.
He says, Mubaraza. And Talia says, No.
Excuse me?
She turns to you and says, "It's
That our uncle that lives in that dark shadowy place?
it's an honor duel.
You were challenged?
It's possible that Traxian, knowing that Koa was the one that killed his son, would want to challenge him to an honor duel.
What are the rules of such a duel?
In the old days, it was to the death. Nowadays, it's often to first blood or yield. It's very rarely to death nowadays.
Sure, but I have to fight him one-on-one, or will he have some representative stand in? I don't wish to cut down an old man.
You could have a representative stand in if you are of a position enough that others around give the...
Great.
Which obviously everybody around him would have him do, but my point is, I don't know if you should accept it.
And what's the penalty for declining such a thing?
It's it's a slap in the face. If you say no, you're saying that his honor is not great enough to be worth your challenging you. You're slapping him in the face. But if you do accept it, do you take the defeat? And how far is he going to push that defeat? Or do you take the victory? In which case you're just pushing the...
I guess we'll find out if we get there.
Yeah. We'll have some time to think about it on the walk. Mumaraza, okay.
Mumaraza, she says, and shakes her head, kind of like rubbing her temples, and says, I didn't even think that this could be a thing that they would do.
He's already walking.
The moment when you think you're fighting an army, then you wake up in John Wick's universe.
Then you are fighting an army. Fucking John Wick killed a whole fucking army. By himself.
Nah.
No, I'd win.
With a box of scraps! Sorry.
We're conflating a lot of different
He's
things.
conflating. Yeah,
I've got Mufasa and Simba. I've got John Wick, and I've got Tony Stark and Jeff Bridges. Not his character, just actually Jeff Bridges.
Actual Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
How many times do you think poor Jeff Bridges has had to say that line for people since then?
Based on not being nearly as famous and having to say a bunch of shit I've said over the years a lot.
Yeah. Probably a lot. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyways. Okay. So he has a lot of famous lines to older people, Kajitar, but I hate to remind you this. You're old. You're old. There's 20-year-olds out there that have watched all the Marvel movies, know the memes, and has no idea who Jeff Bridges is. So.
All right, so I guess we're going to go find Aldo and go to the House of the Grey Heiresses.
Okay, before we do this, one of my buddies, who's an engineering manager at some engineering place, recently hired an employee who's 25 years old. They were born in the 2000s. That hurts so much.
Tell him congrats and that we're busy going to the Grey Heiresses. We'll talk to him later.
It hurts. It's not even young anymore. So all right, moving on.
We just spent like 40 minutes trying to arrange 6 things in an order.
Yes.
My brain's fried.
Okay. So you guys are gonna head directly over towards the Grey Heiresses. Gotcha. Okay, so you guys go outside. When Koa and Mikhail go outside, Aldo's already out there pacing. What's Aldo doing?
Aldo's, I guess, he hasn't gone anywhere. I mean, he's either just outside the door or inside the door, or whatever. I mean, when they come out, he says to Mikhail, he says, "You need to be very empathetic with Lady Greyris. Be careful with what you say, especially. I remember you said something when we were trying to convince her to just let Beltran's body burn in that fire, and I had to jump in instantly there. Just have that in your mind." Right, very empathetic with her. Him, I don't know that much about, but I feel like anything if you speak any truth, you're gonna be insulting him in some way or another.
Aldo, when you stepped out, the other guy mentioned Mufasa Baba. Do you know
I'm
what that is?
familiar.
Esperanza?
Yeah, Mufasa Baba. That's right. I know that. That's an honor duel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
I know everything about it. Very familiar.
I know you don't want to be a part of this, but you have some history now assisting Counselor Alfie Greers. I may not be able to get a word in. I may just be threatened or challenged. So you two may have to carry this, even though I voted for it. I know I put you in an awful spot, but what weight will my words carry when my sword took away their son?
This is exactly my point. I get what you're saying, but like, this is
I will
like
try,
betting the
but-
family home on a dice roll, and
Well, that's about
Only a-
all we have.
it's not. It's not. I know we're going, and that's what we're doing. This is the wrong choice.
If it doesn't work, then we've lost a
We-
little bit
we-
of time.
We took out their son.
And we saved
They don't care about
Alicia's-
who we saved,
Counselor Alicia. We saved her daughter.
but they're not Council Alicia's mother. All right. That's
No, but she will be there as well, and
I
it's their
think you'll have
city,
more
Aldo.
trouble
It's
with
their
her.
city that's going to suffer.
That's probably who they'll have you Mufasa Baba with. It's her.
Perhaps she won't be as willing knowing that I saved her daughter.
We don't know her.
No.
Look, I get what you mean. If I can jump in, I will. But I don't want this. And I feel
I
it's
will
wrong.
show my face and I will answer if asked. I do not wish to harm anyone, but if I am challenged, I'm not going to allow myself to be killed. I will try not to kill. Let's hope that words win over. We convince them that an army attacking their city is a bad idea, and then we can get out of there and back to looking for the sellswords.
Let's hope they don't do too much damage in the meantime.
Let's hope.
Agreed. It would just be nice to mitigate the damage we've caused.
We didn't cause this. We are reacting to it.
You know what I mean.
Aldo's a bit distracted because he's so pissed off in the moment. Mikhail, however, is not so, and is pretty keen at this stuff anyways, and realizes, I think this is the second time now, that there's more truth or belief in the words, I should say not truth, but belief in the words that Koa just said, than there usually would be with an utterance like that.
Yep. He doesn't say anything right now.
Yeah.
Just notes.
Mhm.
Notes it.
Does that make sense? Cool. Your character's going to head over to the nicer part of town. So it's going to get there. You've never actually gone by the Greeris' estate before. You've I don't think I've ever described it on one of our sessions before. I imagine characters have gone by it, but I imagine characters have just off the screen, right? So to describe it, this estate is very pulled back. It is clearly one that belongs to peoples with money. They have large bit of land between where, and don't think like they've got a big front yard of lots of grass, because like grass isn't necessarily a concept that is, but they do have a few, like several trees in the front of their estate, that over on either side of the front of the estate, with the gated area that you would have to, go through the gated area, walk along a trail, whatever it is, to get to the actual house. There's trees on either side of the house as well, and more in the back of it. It actually kind of, when you go into their estate and you're like walking towards the building itself, you feel kind of removed from the city. It's not like there's so many trees, it feels like you're in a forest, but the fact that there are this many trees here and that building is tucked behind it, it makes you feel a bit detached from everything that's happening out there. It makes it feel more peaceful inside of it. However, you can't just like hop the fence and walk right in. The fence is actually taller than a lot of the other fences I've described beforehand, while still having that kind of, you know, old Gothic wrought iron style where it's not exactly easy to climb, you know, certainly trying to grip it with uncovered hands. The old wrought iron would be stabbing through your skin as you're applying pressure to climb over it. And the top of each pike of the wrought iron is you know, sharp, not actively sharpened, but comes to a point, right? Certainly not something that's easy to climb were you to do so. There's a gate here, and the gate does actually have a latch on it. And standing inside of the gate, there are 2 guards that are actively watching over it. So as you go walking up to the guards, you inform them of who you are. And there's a bit of a bristle at first when you say who you are. You're welcome to go ahead and roll sense motives to get a vibe check on that bristle.
Nat 20. Or 10 again.
There is no checked vibe here. I don't know if anyone wants to modify or if you're good just moving on.
I'm good moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. Aldo's the only one that mattered.
Should I luck mine?
So there's a bit of a bristle. You can't quite put your finger on what that means. If it's maybe a confusion, excitement, getting ready to, you know, attack, or you don't know what that bristle is. All you know is that they seem to bristle for a moment before finally you convince them to open the gate and to go in to speak with them. Especially if you hold up, you know, 2 letters with seals on them saying that you have news from other counselors and you're looking to come to speak with the council members that are here. If you try to inquire as to which counselors are inside of the building, they simply say that the lord or the lady of the estates might be willing to speak with you and you're welcome to go calling, right? They don't say if there's anybody else here. They don't even verify whether or not both of them or either of them are here. They do let you pass through the gate. And you're able to walk through, and as I said, you feel removed when you're here. That removed feeling is for somebody like an Aldo all too familiar with this, aren't you? Like, it's easy for them to feel detached from the decisions that they make when they are literally detached from the sight of the consequences of those decisions. You know, it adds to the frustration of even wasting your time of walking here. For Mikhail, yeah, what I said, but Mikhail is also just like reminded of being back down at the university and how serene that whole place is, the whole like campus, the various areas of it, just like also having this like beautiful, you know, design and everything, even landscaping leading up. And for Koa, it's a reminder of how things could have been peaceful if you know, anyways, like the slavery clearly needs to be ended, but at what cost? And all this other stuff. It's like thoughts are passing through his mind that normally Koa would be abhorrent to the idea that they're passing through. Now they're passing through and he's like not fully questioning his decision. He knows it was the right choice, but he feels guilty for making it, right? Just to be clear, he knows it was the right choice. So as you're walking up to the building itself, I don't need to get too detailed here. You understand that the estate is very old. It's very well maintained. It is absolutely beautiful. Likely, it was an old building that was put here a long time ago that has been reconstructed at some point or multiple points over the ages that it's here. So there are some remnants of mall design, but it's not like this is an old mall building that was kept in perfect condition the whole... No, that's ridiculous. But it has been, it has mall bones to it that has been built up over the time and to bring it to the estate that it is now. It is large, probably not the largest estate in all of Hodgwen, but definitely one of the best maintained ones. I mean, hell, look at the landscaping alone. When you're walking up to the front door itself, you can also see literally as you're walking up to it, there are a couple of guards that are pacing around in the yard, in the side areas, whatever as this suggests. There are other guards that are here and nearby and on duty and actively patrolling. But when they see you guys comfortably and peacefully walking up, they don't interrupt you. They must assume you belong here because 1, you look like you do, and 2, you know, the guards up front didn't call for help, right? So, either way, this is stuff Aldo would probably take note of. And then, anyways, when you finally get to the front door itself, standing at the front door itself, right next to it. When I say standing, technically they have like one of those like really tall, slightly slanted stools So they're standing, but they're actually kind of like leaning, so a good portion of the weight's on their ass. And then as you're approaching, they stand up off of their tall, slanted stool to step before you and say, state your name and business. I imagine you fill them in. And they say, you'll wait here while I go and deliver this information inside. And then this actual guard will, give a knock on the door. You hear that the bolts will unlock and open. And then whoever guard is inside the door will switch with them. And they'll stand outside the door as the one that you just spoke with and gave whatever information to goes inside to, go have a conversation. So the three of you are standing outside of this building on the front area with a guard that just walked out the door. You say anything, do anything, allow time to pass, please. Any color you want to add in before I move on?
No, Koa's just staring down, glances up every now and then, but is deep in thought.
Aldo's agitated. You see he's like, kind of walks around almost like paces, taps on things. Like he's obviously not great right now.
Mikhail's just like adjusting and fixing his clothing a bunch and whatnot, but not saying much.
What did you say Koa's doing again, Wade?
Every now and then he'll look up, but mostly just kind of like glancing down, zoning out deep in his own thoughts.
Okay. Then then they would turn to Mikhail. You'd actually turn to Mikhail and take like a step towards Mikhail and like give Mikhail like a look and even a head gesture to suggest like to come closer a bit. Like for like a quiet conference, if you will.
Oh, okay.
Like one of those like
get up and go over.
Yeah. So they walk up and he'll lean and I imagine you and Kind lean in to speak to him. And he goes,
Kind does the.
Yeah. He says, "Your friend here. All right.
Of course.
Seems a mite itchy. Like, not sure if he's made the right choice or if he's going to make the right choice."
Is he talking about Koa? Or
No.
is he talking about the
No,
one who's pacing around and fidgeting? Yeah.
Yeah. Tapping on stuff and whatnot.
Yeah. He's fine. We've been in the middle of everything outside. It's not been a pleasant or peaceful last few days.
I'm gonna ask once. And he pulls back from that like whispered conversation. So he's still close to you.
Mm-hmm.
Uncomfortably close, but not insanely. And like looks you directly in the eyes and says, "Has he taken anything? Any of that keef or any of the other demon dust or the other stuff?"
No, definitely not. We've been with him the whole time.
He holds your gaze for a moment. And we'll finally take it like a step back and give you your personal space back. And we'll look over at Aldo. And he'll give you like a slight nod to you. But even as he takes his full step back to where he was originally, you can see he's watching Aldo with suspicion without you even needing to roll anything. You can see he's trying to judge whether or not he's even going to allow Aldo in the building. He doesn't necessarily. Aldo's throwing him off with his behavior. Go ahead.
He does, like before walking in, he'll say, you know how to tell when someone's on keef, right?
He actually will blink when you ask that and look to you and say, "Not much experience with it."
He just kind of taps. It's like it's in the eyes. You dilate a little bit more. They get a little red really easily, but they don't water. It's weird.
You can see now he's actually looking over at Aldo, and then when Aldo is like, on the rare occasion he's like looking up at him, you can see that without him saying anything, he's like trying to focus on his eyes, but still overall suspiciously watching Aldo. Jake or Wade, do your characters do anything or nothing here?
Oh, it just waits.
Okay.
No one said anything to me. We'll just wait.
All right.
But he just says, "Don't worry about him. It's a bad night's sleep in a rough town."
Roll me a diplomacy check to convince him of this.
And he's been getting bad sleeps too.
It's good if he's indifferent.
Luck.
We have 2+4s, I think, still. If you want to use one of those.
The problem is like it's like this guy is not. It's not unfriendly in the sense that he doesn't like you. It's like his responsibility. It's his job to be.
Yeah.
You know.
I feel like he's like base unfriendly because he's a guard. He's supposed to like weed people out.
Yeah.
Are you guys cool with me using one of the 4s?
I think so.
Yeah.
We definitely want Aldo in here for
All
this.
right, yeah.
Oh, you don't want to use luck
Yeah,
guy. You want to use a +4.
Yeah, I'll use the 4.
Yeah, 21 absolutely passes.
One of the 4s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, passes. You say that, and he goes. He nods, and he goes. He's on you then, yeah. But in your mind, you're like, if one of us is fucked, we're all fucked anyways, right? Like you know this, like Mikhail knows this, but he says to you, he's on you then.
Yes, sir.
No. And pretty much right as that finishes up, which is about 3 minutes after the other guy went in, the door will open up and they'll step out and they'll look to the three of you and say, you can enter. And then looks to the other one and says, what the hell's it called? The antechamber kind of a thing, the sitting room, right? And so he nods, and so the one that was inside comes back out. The one that's waiting outside with you will lead the three of you in. And as the three of you are brought in there, you step to the side, and as always, as is custom here, you're going to remove your boots. And as is custom, you're going to remove your weapons and likely remove your travel cloak or hats or anything like that you have, so you're not bringing in like dust or dirt or whatever just from the road. I know you have very little of that because you have magic that you're obviously not casting in front of them. But whatever dust or dirt you would have picked up along the way. So I assume everybody removes any hats, cloaks, weapons, and boots that you have. And then, of course, you're given house shoes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
yeah. I can't really hide a greatsword.
I will keep my cloak on me. I don't wear it. I just like have it folded over an arm.
I mean, you can also argue and be like, the fit. Like I have no problem.
Sure.
I have no problem with you making that argument, Keegan. Your shit's going to be clean.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he'll take it off as custom kind of thing, but he just has it like over the arm, like draped.
Sure.
And just if they raise a fuss, then he'll argue. But
you already got a 21 in diplomacy to make the person you just speak to that walked in with you and be like, it's an heirloom or some excuse like that. And you took it off, and you're draping it over your arm, and it does look really nice and everything. So he does not make any argument, just leaves it alone. But to be clear, neither of you are smuggling any weapons or anything like that. I need confirmation from Jake that he's not doing so. I'm going to assume the answer is no, Scott. I have nothing between my cheeks. Great.
He usually snuggles like a dagger or something in, doesn't he? Like he has a well-hidden dagger.
he has before.
I think he has like twice ever.
Yeah, like specific occasions.
So
I won't speak for him. I don't know which way he'll go on this. I feel like I could see Aldo bringing something in because of who we're talking to, but yeah. I can't say for sure he would. I don't know.
And just in case anyone doesn't realize why I'm taking the cloak is the portable pit thing. I don't really want to leave that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Koa doesn't want to leave his sword lying around, but like he can't clench his cheeks around a greatsword.
You can.
I mean, people swallow swords, I guess, to hide them. Maybe he could boof one, but I don't want to try. Be a terrible place to first attempt.
Well, you got a sleight of hand of 46 somehow. So I guess you're
my hero
very
point,
straight backed.
Chad's fortune favor.
I don't know where my brain went here, but wait, in any of the campaigns that we've played in so far, have you ever used a Mercutio greatsword? Is that a thing that you've used yet, or no?
No. This is the first time I've ever had a character use as a greatsword, I think. Mortifer was a hammer. We've not done a whole lot of sword and shield. A lot of it's been... I was a archer in one of them. Warlock. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a character with a greatsword before, Koa.
Mercutio greatsword was from 3.0. I want to say not even 3.x. I think it was 3.0. The idea is like there was a hollow core that was filled with mercury, like liquid mercury, and then it required exotic weapon proficiency to use. If I remember correctly, the stats were exactly that of a greatsword, except it did ×4 critical hits or some shit like that. Like
Yeah, it was like some crazy crit.
was it
multiplier, yeah.
1920 or just 4?
It was still 1920
Oh my god!
because great swords were the great swords still were.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Either way,
Yeah.
so
Some nasty.
So after this, I'm gonna ask Mikhail to put some mercury in my sword.
Ah, yes, Mikhail, the weaponsmith.
yeah.
He'll
He'll
figure it
do
out.
it.
Uh-huh. And then he like goes blind and starts like eating children or something because he played with
We
mercury.
just go crazy.
I mean, that's one of the two paths I see for Mikhail now: good guy or eating children.
Sure, his hand outside today.
Anyways, so yeah, I know Catch Star. It's like, what is the logic behind it? Here's mercury. It makes it heavy.
The logic is you swing it and the mercury all goes into the end of it that's got the most force traveling, so it like increases it, even though that's still wild, but that's the logic.
Let me use the restroom real quick while I wait for Jake to come back. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good, man. Anyways,
That's also why I took exotic, because it was balanced weird.
So what I was going to say is I was waiting to hear Jake's response before I said this. Now I'll say it before his response. But he actually does go ahead and pat each one of you down. Now, you get the check off of him that maybe he normally is more aggressive about this, but you've already like been friendly with him. You guys are pretty forthcoming about things. You're friendly with him. You very quickly removed everything anyways. So he does pat you guys down, but it's not this like, I don't know if you've ever been pat down before, but there's like, yeah, I'm doing my job. And then there's like, I'm going to check all the crannies. And then either way, so he's going to go ahead and pat you guys down. I believe you and Wade have nothing on you. Nothing worth noting that I should be aware of looking for.
No, not unless he'd be annoyed by us wearing the like potion band thing. No.
Yeah, no.
Imagine that matters.
But either way, so then for I have rolled my perception check in case Aldo is hiding something. So I have that pre-rolled with the result, waiting for his check. Speaking of that, Scribbles, work pays for me to have TSA pre-check, which I had never had before. Oh man, not having to take my shoes off or remove every electronic device out of all of my bags is so nice. Oh my god. I'm like, wait a second. If I'm going on a trip for work, I can just like, literally put my watch, wallet, and cell phone into my backpack. That way, when it comes out the other side, I can just pick up one object and have all my expensive belongings. It's so amazing. Oh my god. It's so cool. And the line is shorter, which is nice. So, not good, Snaga. I'm still waiting for resolution tomorrow. We'll see. But back to Wade's here. So he pats you guys down, finds nothing on the two of you. ... on Aldo.
You want to just roll a sleight of hand for him to see if it matters whether he got pat down?
Yeah, but like I need him to make the decision. I can't, because like.
Yeah, but like if you roll it and it's crazy high, then it's like, okay, well.
But if I roll it crazy high,
it,
then he chose to smuggle.
That's true.
But, you know what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah.
So unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or just use the honor code so we can move on.
I don't think he would do that, but I get the.
He has done it twice before, and I know he feels very uncomfortable.
I didn't smuggle anything in. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, you're good.
You're good.
You're good. I wanted to be 100% sure because I didn't want to screw you over one way or the other. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. No, you're perfectly fine, of course. All right, great.
I don't mind you stepping away because I had to pee, so thank you.
So they lead you over to the sitting room for you to sit at. It's annoying because like their sitting room is the size of your character's living room in Leshev. Like it is large. The fireplace there is large. The hearth, I should say, is a large.
Any demons
hearth.
in it?
I mean, we're sniffing. The hearth there is large. There is many comfortable seats inside here. This is effectively a library inside of it with a number of books that are around. And there's a person inside there waiting. So as you guys go walking in, there's someone standing there and says, welcome. Would you be interested in a beverage while you're waiting?
No, thanks.
Do we recognize this person, or is there just they're like some attendant?
Somebody who's literally attending to the house.
No, thank you though.
None for me.
Nothing for any of you.
What's on offer?
What did you say?
What's on offer?
I say, wonderful. Then I'll make for you the same that I'm going to make for the Lord himself, and ensure that you have the finest of experiences. And then he'll go over and start doing some work, mixing together some details. Literally getting a whole bunch of gets a piece of fruit, slices it up to like a thin slice, sprinkles some stuff on top of it, brings it over with some tongs and holds it over the fire as it crisps
jar of
up
goo.
a little bit. Drops that into a glass, drops some strange rolled up brown thing into the glass as well, ends up pouring the liquor into the glass, and then ends up grabbing goes over to the fire and grabs a couple of pieces of the cold of the wood from the fire, and produces a couple of other small chips of almost it seems like wood itself, and puts a cover onto the glass, puts that into the cover, puts a cover on top of that. And after about a minute or so, you start to see smoke starting to fill the glass. And as that smoke is filling the glass, it eventually starts to eep out the seal around the glass just ever so slightly.
People have a fucking mixologist with him. What the fuck?
And he makes two of these, one for you and one for High Counselor Greyrus. And
if this was any other counselor's house, Aldo would be in love.
And then for Lady Greyrus, they simply bring over a fresh bottle of wine from that was stored there, and open the bottle of wine and pour a glass for her. I don't know if your characters choose to imbibe that at all, or if you're going to call it a day. But anyways, they wait until the gentleman comes in and introduces himself, which I'll get to in a second. And literally as he's being introduced and walks into the house or whatever, that person's going to go over and hand you your glass. So it's one of those things where when you're at the moment that you would go over and do a proper handshake or whatever it is, as that moment that would be appropriate to oh, pleasure to meet you, or what have you, Mikhail. They put the cup into your hand so you don't end up doing the handshake.
No, I just take it with the other hand that has my cloak in it. I mean, I obviously don't. I can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. So there's this scenario where they do that, but at the same time that they're doing that to you, they'll end up going over. They'll end up handing a glass of water, or whatever it is, to who else is there, and they kind of get just ahead of your acting to do a polite gesture if your character would have done so. If you wouldn't have done so, it's disguised by the fact that there's a glass put into your hand at that time, or at least offered to your hand at that time, so it interrupts the natural flow of that kind of emotion. Taking this back a step though, so this thing's being made and you're not really watching until you are, and you're hot damn. And even Aldo's I have never had me one of those. Why is there smoke in the glass? I want that, but doesn't partake. When finally they do come downstairs and go walking into the room, what ends up happening is somebody else steps into the room before them, again, that you're not familiar with, and she announces and says, to the guests of the House Greyrus, I'd like to introduce to you the other guests of the house. There is Counselor Asia Azrak, Counselor, God, I always fucking lose where his name is written, but nose up asshole.
Davrin Randall.
Is it Randall?
No, it's
I was gonna say, I don't think it's Randall.
Rashawn.
That's close.
So Davrin Rashawn, Counselor Davrin Rashawn, Counselor and Lady of the House, Lady Graeris, not using her first name, and then High Counselor and Lord of the House, Lord Graeris. Again, using the term Lord. They don't use that term outside of this house, mind you. It's not a term you've ever heard publicly or anything like that. You know that Beltran has referred to himself as Lord, and people have like mocked it or whatever. But this is the first time you've ever heard them referred to that way, to be clear. So, High Counselor and Lord of the House, Lord Graeris. And each one of them will kind of come walking in as they're being announced.
That wouldn't mean anything to us, right? Someone being referred to as a lord culturally.
Not really, because I mean, like, what's his name?
Just in my brain, I'm like, there's been a lot of like, Perrin General, Perrin Spy, Perrin whatever. Now there's like Lord Graeris. I just didn't know if that was more of like a Perrin thing or if it's just stuck-up asshole thing.
Stuck-up assholes here. That has no bearing inside of Edir at all. And even inside of Paradel, it has no bearing inside of most Paradel because there aren't lords in Paradel. So, some regions of Paradel will have titles like that because they're left over from like whatever land was conquered to make it Paradel. But like it has no legal significance. You know what I mean? It's like if you don't know Star Wars Lord and you're like, why is he Count Dooku? What like no other Jedi is a count. Where the fuck did that come from? You know, it's like one of those things. It's so removed from the significance of the overall. So, anyways, back to where we were, which was so as they come walking in, they introduce themselves. So they're introduced, I should say, and then the one that is going to I was like, what the fuck just happened? All right, there we go. The one that's gonna that comes in first, like I said, is Asya. When she comes walking in, you can tell just by looking at her, just her military background. I don't know if your characters have met her before, but whether or not you had, she is tall for a female hobgoblin. She stands like a solid, like a 5'4". Like she is a tall. I don't know if any of y'all have even seen a female hobgoblin that tall before.
Never one that's been 6 Daelrics.
What a giant.
I mean, for a hobgoblin, that's very tall. Now, of course, she is entirely hairless aside from the tufts on her forearms and her shins. But she has a scar that runs along the left side of her face, like around her eye, through the eye area. She has a scar that is so ornate on her face, it almost looks like it was put there purposefully. If you didn't know her background, you might even assume that was the case. But with her background, it's very possible she legitimately got into a fight. All of her years of military experience prior to serving as a counselor, they're easily shown in the way that she walks, the way that she stands, just the locked posture in her face, the commanding presence that she has as she comes in. Like clearly, this is somebody who has seen a significant amount of combat and is not afraid of it. That all being said, she has no weapon at her side or anything like that. Of course, that would be a rude thing to do inside of a house like this. So she walks in, and as she walks in, she'll actually give you a bit of a nod, and then we'll actually walk over to go collect her beverage from whomever it is that's making the drinks. And then after that, the other gentleman will come in. Now he's very telltale for somebody who clearly has money and lavishes in it. He has nowhere near the same posture as everybody else that you're about to meet with. Nowhere near maintains the same physique as everybody else that you're going to be meeting with. Goes over and he's going to have not just one, but throughout the course of the meeting you have here, 3, 4, 6 drinks or whatever. Somebody who very much indulges in the lifestyle that's presented to him. If I were to tie him to a character that maybe you can put into your mind, you think of like a Professor, was it Slugworth or whatever? Slughorn, like a Professor.
Is this Traxian or is this Davern?
Yeah, Davern.
Yeah, got it.
So very much like a Professor Slughorn, reveling in the treats that his position has provided for him. As Lady and Lord Graeris come walking in, they walk in at the same time. You've of course met them before and seen them before, but she is dressed as though she is in her own home, as though she was out at an event elsewhere. Same as him. When he comes walking in, he's dressed in his own home as though he's meeting at a nice event elsewhere. With an exception, he does have strapped to his side a saber at his side. So he does have a weapon on him. But that also makes sense. As a reminder for Traxian, he also served as a commander in the military for a while. He also has that kind of a background. And so it doesn't really make sense for him to have this on him, but you can imagine it's a pride point. This is more of like a showpiece than it is a real thing, though you wouldn't be surprised if he knows his way around it. When they come walking in, you can see that she, who did she bond with before? Was it Aldo?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as she comes walking in, she'll actually, she looks past the other two of you pretty quickly and will make eye contact with Aldo real fast. Now, Aldo, who has been in a bit of a mood, I imagine, I don't want to put words into your mouth, Jake, but I imagine his tone shifts pretty quickly as he hears them even walking down the hallway, let alone being announced to come in.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows what he has to do. He might not be happy about it, but he'll play his role.
Why don't you go ahead and roll me a bluff check as she's like quickly skipping past the other two and then, looking to make eye contact with you, and you're like changing your tone. So you go ahead and make your bluff.
The tone would have changed when people were being brought in originally, but I will roll the bluff check either way.
When people were being brought, referring to hearing the footsteps coming down the hallway even before even the Asiya was announced. Cool. 22 is pretty solid. She looks to make eye contact with you and hold your eyes for several moments. Just because again you had that bond from before. So she does hold eyes for several moments.
Aldo does a slight kind of like bow of the head in paying respect to
her. Before she then turns her attention to her husband, who of course they arm in arm kind of thing. Before she turns her attention to her husband as he's kind of taking over the scenario. He, however, as he comes walking in, he looks past the. He doesn't even really need to look past because he stands out so much. It's easy to just have your eyes rest on him. Ignores the other two and just eyes lock in on Koa, and he's watching Koa with the intent of like a bird of prey getting ready to drop from their kind of perch. So he absolutely has this intensity to him as he's being announced and comes walking into the room. The announcements happen, and there's like a half beat of silence that for the average person, and maybe on Koa, he doesn't even notice it. Aldo might notice that he's pretty keen to these things. Mikhail, who's also pretty keen to these things. And I say both of you guys equally. You're both good at this. You would feel that half beat as though it was a full minute of silence. Because like the fact that it didn't just flow straight into the next step is like, it was intentional. You get that immediately. So there's half beat of silence. And then finally he speaks and says, "You've come calling in my home. I assume you've come here for business that is of the utmost importance."
That is correct, Lord Grayers.
From what I understand, he says, finally breaking eyes from Koa to look over at Mikhail, you have a significant amount of training in from the Chantry.
He nods.
Have you come to inform me that my son's body is released to be properly cared for?
I have not. It's of a different matter. Something immediately at hand, unfortunately.
That is right. His body cannot be released from the Chantry because he was never brought there.
He is with Kraylene. That is correct.
Looks around the home for a moment. Looks to the other side. And says, "Yes, a goddess we hold close and dear to our hearts. like all of the other Dell that reside in Hard Glen.
I understand no answer I could give you as we stand here would be satisfactory. You have suffered a loss, and I'm fine addressing that. All of us are. But I feel that that should be done without an audience. Would you agree?
He looks to the around the room and looks back and says, I don't see why that would be the case. The loss of the captain of the guard is certainly council matter. The loss of my son is certainly a matter of those that knew him well and raised him from a young boy to the man that he became, and I see nobody here of lesser station.
Is there any? I don't know. I'll sense motive, I guess, but it's like, does he actually seem like he's proud when he says these words, or is there any kind of like, man, he became like?
You will right ahead and roll that sense motive as a fair one.
Well, I'm sucking at it.
Yeah,
I knew I couldn't really do it. It was more so to prompt the other two. I'm not gonna lie, but I had to try.
Yeah. No, you're good, and prompting the other two was a good one. That was a solid one, Mikhail. He loved his son. Hands down, no question, Mikhail. But, like, he also understood the flaws of him. Flaws that could have been rectified had he been given the opportunity to do so. But instead, the opportunity was taken from him.
Yeah. Technically correct.
Not proud of the boy, of the man that he became. Probably never proud of anything his son has ever done. But you know how it's like, if I, talk to my siblings or my friends or whatever it is, I can shit on them left and right. I can say whatever I want, but you better fucking shut your mouth when you're talking to them. You know what I mean? Like that kind of a thing. He can absolutely be displeased with the actions of his son, so on and so forth. But who the fuck are you to judge some filthy Dell rolling in off of the dusty streets?
Mm-hmm.
Like your opinion does not matter. What is it? What is this? A free folk? More like freeloader, just coming in and doing this shit, and then a vagabond, rolling off of some boat as it sails by. None of you are people that should even think you have an opinion here. So either way, that's the vibe you get. It's not pro Beltran. It's anti you.
Yeah.
Not very helpful, but at least lets you see that, he's not actually proud of his son's actions.
Very well. As we're in your home, and you wish to address it first, we will bring that to the top of the docket. What would you like us to address?
He stands there, allows the moments to pass, and just cold silence. And he says, have you no decency? Have you no morality? Have you no respect? You're in my home. My son's body. Well, I'd say it's certainly... I would have said it hasn't grown cold, but I think we know that's true because of where you left it. Perhaps the reason why the fires continue to burn is Kraleen weeping for the loss of him. And you don't even offer an apology. You don't even offer an ounce of regret. His mother stands before you. I stand before you.
He turns briefly to Lady Grayrus and he says, "You have a point." Looking back to him, I had offered the apology to his mother, but I had not had the opportunity for you. For that, I am very sorry for your loss. All other things aside, you did lose a son. You lost someone you loved. And that is difficult to speak to. I have never had a child. I've lost my mother. I'm sure many people here have lost someone. Words will not balm that. But I still offer my apologies.
Your reputation precedes you. Trains, not sure where you found the coin, but at the universities. It's no surprise that you have been elected to be the one to speak on behalf of the other two. From what I understand, while your hands are not clean, they are not the ones that are dripping.
We act as one, Lord Grayrus. For better and worse.
Other response I was going to give. Caught me off guard with that. I had something else I was going to say. Then she made me chuckle. He was going to say, give me 1 second. So reference the fact that he was burning, not around the house, filthy down, rolling up the streets. Oh fuck, what was it? Free book thing. Fuck, he was gonna say something. Ah! I forgot it because I was laughing at what you just said right there. I can't hold up much longer.
You'd offer Koa a back massage for, strain from stabbing his son. A little sore.
Oh, that's right. I remember what it was. He says, so you admit, even if you speak for those that seem to have lost their tongues so recently, you admit what you did.
There were many witnesses. It would be dishonorable to deny it.
Very well. What business brings you here today?
It concerns the army amassed outside of Hodgwen. Neighbors now set to face against neighbors. Likely many people raised together. We've been working to try to prevent further conflict, try to promote some kind of peaceful end to this.
I'm sorry. Perhaps I may have misunderstood you. You were speaking of the army that you brought outside of Hodgwen, and now you're speaking of peace?
Not ours.
Of course not.
They haven't acted. There's no force or intent of aggression. Not unless it becomes necessary. And the only thing that would necessitate that is if hostilities commence between the people here within the walls, on the outskirts, and those who have marched up onto the bridge thus far. Our request is that they hear the council's voice ask them to stand down. They're led by foreigners, who I know you have no love for in this case. People who have no stake in this fight save for the pay that they were offered. Your voices could call your people home, prevent brothers from killing brothers. It could bring a swift and significantly more bloodless end to this conflict.
And what of this other army that stands outside of the gates of Hod Gwen. You're suggesting that we disband our army and leave ourselves defenseless against the other?
The other army is primarily your neighbors. The ones initially chased away. They only want to come home.
Or so you say. However, if these are ones that were originally chased away, how do I know that there isn't spite amongst them? How do I know that there isn't a desire for vengeance? And how do I know that what you're saying is true? They also could have been preparing for this moment, as being a part of your plan.
It's possible. I don't think I can convince you otherwise, though. If you disband your army, they return home. They're here. Your city is not defenseless. You have everyone who's prepared to fight here, plus the others. What could this small group hope to do against that, even if they are nefarious?
You and I both know very well the chaos in the streets and the opinions that many of them have. Many theatrics were put on in the recent past that have confused a good bit of the people. Now, don't get me wrong and don't get riled up. There are certainly some transgressions that it happens and they need to be resolved. Many transgressions need to be resolved, and many people's suffering needs to be handled. I'm aware of that. But that doesn't change the place that we're in today. Disbanding one means the other could act. Those that are sympathetic to them could also enhance their numbers, same as those that aren't could guard against them. Once again, neighbor against neighbor. Except this invading force, these people that have removed themselves, expatriates, one might say, they're the ones coming marching back, as opposed to those that were always under the control of the council.
You have at hand a surefire battle for this city. One will end the lives of many people. There won't be any preventing it, regardless of which side is victorious. You have at the other an opportunity for this to end peacefully. We had that same choice, and we came here, Lord Greyrus.
You wish us to have the army stand down. There are a few details to this. For one, this cannot be done so without the majority of the council voting in favor of it. And this is not a simple majority. This is the true majority of the council favoring for it, though not all are needed. That must be done in the absence of the captain of the guard. We can't easily elect another captain of the guard because one has not yet to be nominated. There's protocols that must be followed. There are laws in Hod Glen. So, for one, we need the majority. We only have 4 here. That's 5 votes. That's not enough.
That's only 8 counselors. Wouldn't that be enough technically?
He said you need a bigger majority than just...
Yeah, not all of them are, not even all the ones that we haven't accounted for are here.
Well, we've
There's
also
like,
got
4?
2 more votes already written down on scrolls, right? That we should get to
Correct,
7 of
but he doesn't know that.
9.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
We have who's missing real quick? We have I forgot.
We wouldn't have Sara Rashid, assuming he still gets a vote.
Correct.
And we wouldn't have whoever Omar is. He's never been on any of our lists, but Omar apparently exists.
But he isn't a counselor though.
What about
so
Elrin?
It's Sara and Elrin that are
Sara.
missing.
There should be 8
completely.
counselors. So unless I screw something up
Yeah.
along the way, there should be 8 counselors. And
Elfie, Traxian, Asaya, Khadijah, Elrin, Dalvar, Johanka, and Sorrow.
Yeah.
So Elrin and Sorrow would be the 2 missing.
Yeah, they're the only ones not accounted for in this. Okay, yeah.
Correct.
And so yeah, then I'll take out the letter and like say, may I present this? It's from people. I forgot names.
Khadijah, and on behalf of Johanka.
Thank you.
Alfie will actually reach out and grab them, like not snatch them. She'll like reach out and take them from you, and she as she takes them from you, like her lips move in such a way as to say like a simple thank you, but no words actually come out as she does so. She takes it from you, and then she turns to the side and hands it to what's his name, the one whose name I always forget, Dav. We're just gonna call him Dav so I can remember it. So Dav takes it and then walks over to where the person was doing the mixology, right? And grabs like a letter opener from over there, cuts them open, and then starts reading them. The first one, and then cuts over the second one before even finishing it. Cuts over the second one, and then just like looks over to him without even reading it out loud, and just gives a nod. And he says, "And these are truly the letters of the counselors." And this is where Asya walks over and like snatches them out of his hand, and like aggressively snatches them out of his hand and looks it over and says, "This is my daughter's handwriting, not just her seal. This is her handwriting. I know it." And then she leans in and she actually smells the parchment, and she says, "And it's her perfume. This is my daughter. I can't say much of the other, but this is definitively hers." And she looks... Her emotions are hard to read. You're welcome to roll a sense motive, but her emotions are hard to read in this. Aldo, you're welcome to try as well. Yeah, you guys aren't able to get anything. She's just... Maybe it's a mix of emotions. Maybe she's so good at guarding her actual emotions, or maybe she just doesn't have any. But she's really hard to read. You can't quite get off of her what her opinion of this matter is. But she does confirm at least one of theirs validity. And then it's actually Alfie who will speak up and say, if one is truly a counselor's, it's fair to say that the other is as well. And her husband will nod and say, "Indeed." "And so you wish us to cast a vote, then, to disband the army?"
Yes. If there's no more to discuss on that matter.
This is a gamble, for all the reasons that I've said to you beforehand. This is us having to lean into your hands. Despite
I understand the faith you'd be... Oh, good.
He said, despite the grit beneath the nails and the blood that drips off of them, we'd have to give faith into what you are suggesting here. Keegan.
I'm aware of the amount of faith you would have to place in us for this. And the love for your city that it would require to move that amount.
When you say the love for your city, you actually get him at that one. He actually nods in agreement with you. Like, he actually, for the first time ever, like nods along with something you're saying. That being said, he says, "Feel free to interject," he says to the other counselors that are there. "But I'm willing to, I'm willing to agree to this. I'm willing to hold counsel here and now, and I'm even willing to give you my vote on 2 conditions. The first is that your army is also disbanded. That word is sent to them to disband. Once we have proof that they are breaking camp, we will also send word. Now, I'm not here to play games or trickery. I'm not here to see who can turn quicker to fire their crossbow. Once we see that they are starting to break camp, not after they've fully left the vicinity, we will send word. This is removing a bit of the gamble from the act of faith. Is that fair?
Hold on, I have to think as a player for a second.
Yeah. If you need me, Scott, to clarify what I'm saying, feel free to do so in the meta.
He's saying that our army shows the sign they're breaking up first. And then he'll be like, all right, now we'll break up, which...
Yeah, they don't have to leave, but like it's once they start.
I understand why he's saying that, but we don't know for sure that they'll listen unless they're getting paid. And also, we hold the cards here more than they do. So I think...
Yeah.
I'm not going to meta what you're going to say, but if you are agreeable, I don't know that Aldo and Koa fully will be.
I don't feel like Mikhail would be either, because it's just like we know if we tell ours to disband, they will. Theirs, we don't actually know will work. You know,
and you can say it's like just saying like that's not going to be valuable, but having a logical pushback. He is a military background, and so isn't another one of the counselors. Of all the people to have that counterpoint to, these are the ones that actually understand what you're saying.
Yeah. We could even throw the bone in of like, we know it's not even just the army. We know that there's like whatever bounty hunter, whatever else are in the town too. So we have other concerns other than just this army themselves.
I don't know how much you want to bring that into this, because I think like you feel free to do so. It sounded like Keegan was trying to keep the whole conversation clean.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it focused, because if we add other elements, then they may.
You're welcome to
some
bring
people
it in. I'm not trying to dissuade
would
you.
they
reminding?
Would they respect Leon's name being mentioned here?
Would they know?
I don't remember. Well, I feel like probably. If what's her face is super military, isn't he like really famous? We knew who he was, or someone of us knew who he was.
If they do, the problem is that it may not be. We may not get a good reaction.
I don't know. I don't know what his reputation was. Was he an honorable leader, or was he kind of like? I don't remember.
Cam's going. Yes. Yes. He always did what he had to do, but never more than he had to do, and always within reason and with warning and blah 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 blah. He was definitely tries to be as good of a guy as is possible, given the fact that his job is literally go out.
Is he known for someone who honors his word?
Yes, absolutely, definitively.
Yeah.
Okay.
The main counter to that is literally the fact that he was a Paradel officer,
which is what they're leading their armies too, right?
They're Paradel mercenaries.
Well, that's what I mean. That's even worse.
Yeah,
at least Leon's an honorable leader who would have some kind of noble standing.
The difference is those other people. Yeah, what you're saying is logical and makes sense, but those other people, they may have been known as mercenaries in Paradel. They might not even be from Paradel, so on and so forth. Leon is like the epitome of what Paradel is like. Join the army, be like him. And like, it's one of those like poster boy for like, I'm doing my part, like.
Yeah.
Like they'll look at him like,
I know they hate
his Paradel.
Yeah. They're not going to be happy that he's there, but like, if they can get past their racism bias, whatever it is that it is, like.
It's not a race. It's a country.
Culturism?
Yeah. It's a country.
Either way.
It's nationalism.
The way they say Del with a hard every letter.
Like he just did it. That's what I'm like, ooh.
Yeah. I don't know if it's worth bringing him up or not, but one, that would be like, hey, we have a serious dude leading our forces, and B, if he says he's going to stand down, he's the type to honor his word, whereas we don't know if Joe Schmo leading your mercenary forces are going to want to come in here and get their cut of the pie or not. Yeah. We've all seen how he's reacted to just like, us being here as outsiders or whatever. So
that was already a mark against us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Mark?
Okay.
Mark's against us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably.
That's why I'm so distractible. Somewhere Jake is shaking his head.
I keep wanting to interject, but I know Koa is trying so hard, just to let you handle it, not saying it. Because like, as soon as he opens his mouth, it's like, what do you have to say, son killer? And it's like,
right? Yeah. I'm just trying to think
call
like,
that
what's the,
Star
how am I going to tell him no in a way that continues this conversation? So yeah, he'll so he said, is that fair? And then Mikhail's response says it's a reasonable ask. There are some issues. I understand this is a matter of perspective, but we know if we send word to this army.
When you say there are issues, Dav snorts a little bit. It's relatively quiet, but you catch it. Keep going.
Like eyes kind of go to him for a second, and then he focuses. Says, we know if we send word back to our camp to disband, that it will happen. It was our efforts that built it up, that gave these people shelter and sanctuary in their time of need. We know what the result of that will be. The other is led by Del mercenaries, people who have taken this position for coin. If your word gets into their hands, we have no guarantee how it will be delivered, if it will be delivered. That is another gamble.
Any further points, or is that good enough?
I'll leave it there.
Okay, I do need a diplomacy check for you on this one. Now, while he may be hostile towards you, don't assume it's a 25 plus blah, blah, blah as a base. There are circumstances here that would apply to this. You know what I mean? So, yeah, either way, it is not an easy check, right? But it's certainly not impossible for you. Oh, shit. Snaga just dropped a heroic fortune as I was like, did I see something in my corner of my eye over there? Give me 1 second.
Oh, is it, who is it for? Is it me?
I assume
for
so.
me?
Yeah.
It's for Beltran.
Yeah.
Beltran's joined the party.
I'll use it for the
Beltran's
plus 8
trying to
then.
join the party, but it's one of those, you must gather your party before adventuring forth. You must gather your party before adventuring forth.
My party left me on red.
Now I'll go ahead and use it for the plus 8 then.
Okay. That is... rolls a natty 1.
Even if I did.
Jesus Christ. You say that, and there's like, I get a couple of seconds of silence, and he goes to open his mouth like he's going to say something, and then like as he goes to say something, you hear from your side, Asya says, that's a valid point. You know this. She says to Traxian. She says, that's a valid point. You know this. You know how these cell swords can be. Perhaps there's value in this. And he looks to her with like daggers. And if he was going to say something, you swear you're not 100% sure, but you swear you see the ever so slight like change in the creasing on his shirt that suggests that Alfie had like applied a small amount of pressure to his arm where her hand happens to be to like tell him like don't argue or whatever. And so he looks at her and he's staring daggers at Asya. And finally looks back at you and says, so what do you propose instead? They're disbanded at the same time, or that mine is disbanded first? And as he says mine, you actually hear Asya say, I think you mean the councils. And then he looks back at her, and now it's not daggers at her. Now it's like poison, you know?
Poison daggers, even.
Oh shit!
Like what she said before was like forgivable, but what she said now is like borderline treason.
Just making good points, man. No,
I think we're getting a feel for the layout of the council now.
Yeah. So he'll cut it and just say, Lord Gregorius, that is my concern, is that they are not yours. At least not in the way that your word will be received. I think perhaps we reverse that. the orders will be that as soon as they break camp, as soon as they begin to disband, ours will do the same.
Asya says, I will see to it that they get those orders. That your group knows that they will disband as soon as they see the others leaving. I will deliver that myself.
He nods.
And then she looks to the Grarises, and Alfie nods to her ever so slightly. Again, not so slight that nobody notices that all three of you do, but she nods to her like in agreements to it. And he says, "And you intend to go and visit his their camp unguarded?" There's a moment where Asya opens her mouth and then realizes what he means by that, and then closes her mouth and says, "If I must, yes."
Is she referring to ours or their military right now?
Going to your camp to deliver word that
gotcha.
your people, more or less.
To make sure it's delivered, so it's not us just saying we'll do it and then not.
Sure.
Yep,
Yeah.
going to deliver, and that way she can gauge the reactions and so on and so forth. That latter part, however, was like clearly she had anticipated like going with some of the Greyer's guard, and was just told, "Fuck off."
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's older, but she's capable, so you know. Anyways, then turns back to you and says, "Very well then. The one, then the other."
Thank you. You had a second condition.
I did. As I said, Hardgwen is a place of laws. We are a civilized place. Some of those laws may have been bent to their breaking points. Understood. But nonetheless, we are a place of laws. And I do expect to see, as things are finally resolved here, that those laws are seen through to the end. Vigilantism is a crime in Hardgwen. I will not deny the actions of the few have been guiding. So I'm willing to offer a branch. We will hold trial for only the vigilante that sought to take the life of my son.
I've given my answer, is that we act as one. But I don't think I'm the one to answer this. Kind of looks over at Koa.
That you're looking at Koa was the final, like, he had heard it was Koa. When you look at Koa, like there's that, the click goes off behind his eyes that only Aldo sees, I think. Because maybe Koa does. I don't know how much Koa is looking at him versus Mikhail would miss it though. Aldo would definitely see it. The click behind the eyes that, it is him. Anyways, go ahead.
Are you looking for Koa to speak now?
Mm-hmm. He's basically saying like they're just going to hold you on trial
for the vigilantism.
For the vigilantism
of a council appointed city of the guard, or just a person.
If you wish for me to speak to my actions in front of the entire council or city, I shall, but I will not hold back any truth. I do not mean that disrespectfully or as a threat, just simply as I will say everything as it happened. Everything that led us to where we are.
He is seething, and so there's like a pause, and like you can imagine his heart is like fucking pounding, and so because he's seething, so there's like a pause before he gets to react, and before he can say anything, his eyes widen, he looks hard to his right as a response to what he hears, and what he hears is his wife say, "That's admirable, and we would expect no less." Then she, after breaking gaze, after like an extra moment, she looks to her husband and gives him like that look like, right? He looks wounded, looks down to the ground for an extra second or so, collects himself, then looks back to you and says, "Then we agree."
Nod. Seems we accept.
There's sense motive check for you boys.
Well,
Koa's
is
like,
this vibe check or is this like?
Koa's like,
opposed?
I did the best thing. I know I made the right choice. Look at him. He looks so satisfied with this.
Yeah, I'm glad Koa feels that way.
Is this a vibe check or is this a?
It's his emotions. It's reading him specifically. So 19 might be good enough. I understand if you want to enhance just in case if you're trying to unlock the next tier of information.
I'll leave it.
You're happy with 19. You don't want to try to potentially unlock more.
It's not his life on the line. Why would he?
I mean,
Wow, just calling out Keegan like, you cheap fuck.
I'm just saying, maybe the character doesn't fall so far from the player after all.
It's not that, dude. It's like,
I got my Baja Blast.
Listen,
sipping on
Aldo's over here dropping
straight
fucking
up.
luck die for like Piss Mafia, and you're like, you can't even.
No, I do what you want to do, man. I don't care.
Look, dude, straight up. If like,
Oh shit. Wade's like, you're dead to me.
like
someone
fuck
that
their
talks in
trial, dude.
movies.
I don't even have to go as far as I'm concerned. They
You
can
know
be
Cole
mad.
will. If he gave his word, he'll show up.
Yeah, but anyway. But no, I think a 19's fine. I just need to get a basic read, if possible.
All right, cool. Let me, hold on 1 second. You can see that he's contemplating. You had heard beforehand about where are you? About Mubaraza. You can see like there's this like moment where like he's looking at Koa. There's like a dangerous look to him. His hands, like his sword hand, which is obviously opposite of where the sword is it's moved maybe a half inch. There's like this instinctive, like it's positioned itself. Like let's say his hand is like up here because he has his wife's arm. Like you can see it's moved a little bit. And it's positioned slightly. That suggests like to make it quicker, ever so slightly quicker to reach for it. You can see like he's on the precipice there. He's staring at Koa, staring him down so hard.
Do it. Fucking do it.
Do it.
This guy, I was worried about the mom. No, this guy's fucking Palpatine. We got to get him.
Right? I forgot my own character's name for a second. Mikhail
Billy
is kind of watching that hand, and then he says, "Shall we call the vote?"
Oh, so good. And he, you say that, and like because there's a pause there, feeling the danger of the moment as well. What's her name? Alfie says, "Perhaps we should," and then looks to the others and say, "Counselors," and then Dav goes, "Huh? Oh yeah. 1 sec," and then goes over and grabs up the next glass, which is like their fourth glass so far over here, and
Dav's
there's
about to just rip a massive one. No, he's broke the tension a little bit. You know what I mean? Unintentionally.
Better rub it in.
Smoke out the room. That's the best way to clear the vote.
So he goes over, he grabs it, and you can see he's just like so gleeful as he takes the lid off the top of the glass, like all the smoke comes pouring out of it. He's so gleeful, like a child in like a candy store. As it happens, as Asya is very contemplative, but then goes, sorry, very contemplative, not really listening. And then Alfie says, Asya? And she blinks and looks up and says, yes, the vote, of course. And stands too. And then finally, after an extra moment, she says, the vote? Yes. Perhaps. We agree to the terms. Thank you for being so... what's the word I'm looking for here? I actually forgot the word. Hold on.
Amazing, beautiful, honest, admirable.
Amicable.
Amicable. Thank you. It's literally the word I want.
There's a lot of words I would use to describe me. I mean, Koa.
Okay. So he says, thank you for being so amicable in this matter. Very well then. I call for a council meeting. We stand here with 4 counselors. We have quorum. Representing the council, there is a decision here to vote in favor of whether we disband Hardgwen's first standing army in many years' time. All in favor. And actually, Asya says, I, holds up the papers thrice. Dav is taking a sip of it, conveniently taking a sip of his drink at that time. In which case, Alfie says, aye. And then finally, the High Counselor says, yes, aye. And then looks over to Dav. Oh, aye, of course. It's best for Hardgwen. And then there's kind of like that. Everybody's like, oh, finally we got through it. And then he says, and then of course there is the matter of the votes of how it is we're going to procure the assets to paying off the mercenaries that have been called to lead this army to ensure that they do disband. He looks over to Asya and he says, these are Del filth. They're not going to simply follow orders because they were given to them. You know this all too well, don't you? She, if she wasn't already a red-skinned species, she may have gone rosy-cheeked at that comment. And she says, sell swords very rarely have honor. I agree. Then likely they're going to want more than their contract by a considerable amount. He looks to Dav and says, do we know the numbers of what was promised to the armies and all of the soldiers therein? And to the army and all the soldiers therein? And he shakes his head and says, Yovanka? Johanka, thank you. And says, Johanka would have those numbers. And Asya says, and they're right here. And holds up the document that has the information that was sent over inside of the document. And he kind of like rattles off the amount of money that's, promised each one of the soldiers, or whatever it is. And he says, and for the leaders, I kind of like go over the numbers. And he nods and says, it seems as though to properly pay them off is going to require an additional 200 gold pieces. That's a handsome amount of coin if we're going to guarantee that this goes through well. And with that, he'll actually, for the first time this entire meeting, stop and take his first sip of the alcohol, looking to the 3 of you.
Yeah, we got tons of money, man.
Oh,
I mean,
Aldo,
we do.
Aldo speaks up here. Aldo speaks up here and says, we do have a manor of gold that was taken from us, from our accounts in the banks. We would be more than happy to put that towards the things.
As he lowers
It's
his...
like 12 copper.
No, we put 6 gold each.
Yeah.
As he lowers his drink a bit sharply, Alfie, again, for those that are perceptive enough to notice it, if you have, like, say, a +6 perception or higher, I would say your character automatically notices. There's a bit of a squeeze, You don't notice the squeeze of her fingers. You just notice a slight change in the crinkling of his shirt around his arm, right? Is what you're able to pick up. So she does that, and then Dav chimes in and says, "We'll take it," and then looks back to Lord Graeris like.
18. Yeah.
He's literally like a human
it.
form of Iago or something.
Like he looks back to him. He's like, "We'll take it, cool." And then like he did good. And so without confirming how much money that is, and he says, "And I imagine the council will have to cover the rest of the details on this."
Oh God!
You
Hold
don't
on.
have to
Don't say what you
respond.
want to say. Don't say what you want to say. Don't say what you want to say. Okay. That would be most generous.
I want a bluff check from you for hiding that.
Wait, from Mikhail or from Kiken? Because
The answer is yes.
Now we got to separate the player from the character.
Okay, I can use that. That's good. That's a good one.
He watches you. He's watching you closely.
Mm-hmm.
He probably sees through. You don't know for a fact, right? But you know that you're biting this one down, and then you give your response. And Alfie chimes in and says, "It makes sense that something like this should be paid for. It was not anybody in this room's decision to have brought us to the precipice that we're at. Perhaps as an act of good faith to all the people of Hardgwen, the people of Hardgwen shouldn't be the ones that pay for this. In fact, perhaps maybe even the three of you shouldn't either. While you have played your part in rising ires and stoking fires, it's not your fault that the flame started to begin with. I believe this should come from the coffers of the Graeris estate." And he actually blinks twice and looks over.
I want to sense motive that.
Yeah, go right ahead. He blinks twice and looks over at his wife with genuine shock when he says that.
Here comes. Are we all sense motive or just you here? I don't remember.
Aldo has a suspicion. I don't know if your characters would at that, right? But oftentimes when one of you guys it makes sense that everybody would. I don't know if it would for you guys. So
I'm going to say Koa probably would not at this point. Koa's, yeah.
Jake, you can modify. I don't know if you have a hero point. I don't know if you want to luck. I don't know if you want to do any of those, Jake.
We have one plus four. I don't know if we have any luck left.
And what your sense motivating for might not be the same thing that... Because you have something specific in mind. So...
You could get it with a +4 luck.
Yeah, take it if you want it. I just don't know if we have luck.
I don't either, yeah.
You're muted, so I can't hear you. I assume you said no.
That's all good.
Okay.
Do you want to take the +4, Keek?
Nah.
Okay.
Okay.
Mine was mild curiosity.
All right. I know Jake has something specific in mind. Now
I'll take a 20.
Now I want to know what Jake was thinking, but you don't have to play your hand, Jake. So anyways, you are she says that it should come from the coffers of the Graeris family. He blinks twice, very large blinks as he looks over at her, and the most expression probably the whole time, including his anger, as he looks over at her, and she says, "A donation. The beginning of charitable work." And he looks at her for an additional second or two, gives a slight nod, and looks back at you with his reset face, and says, "Then we will cover the cost, the 200 gold pieces, to ensure that the army disbands. There are sacrifices being made on all fronts. This is a small price to pay for the benefit of everybody and the suffering that they have endured."
Not in agreement. I nod. Whether he thinks it's me agreeing that they should pay or not is up to him. But
And the council agrees with the favor of I that the council will not be covering this cost, with the understanding that the Greyer's estate will be covering it instead. I'll begin with my own eye, and Alfie will chime in afterwards. Aye. And then you see Asya say aye. That's technically 4 votes right there. And you see Dav kind of like looks over and he like blinks once or twice and like looks over at Lord Greyer's. Like, am I supposed to say yes here? And he just like dismissively looks away from him to be distracted by maybe the fire from across the room. And then Dav gives a very tentative aye. And
dude's a fucking groupie that somehow's on the council.
And then he says, "Then we're adjourned," as he like brings his attention back. For we're adjourned, the council will not be covering the costs of this. It'll be covered by our estate instead. We all understand that this is going to require a bit of time for the coin to be procured. You have promissory writs that need to be handed out, drafted. You have the coin in actual coinage to be delivered. This could take several hours, if not the better part of today. This means that they might not be dispersed until tomorrow.
That will have to do.
Very well. Were there any other matters that you wanted to attend to?
I don't believe so. Oh, go ahead.
I would ask. You are the counselors of this city, and you shall continue to be. Whenever the armies disband, I would only ask that those who were part of our force, if that's what you wish to call it, be welcomed back and not punished for sitting across the river rather than next to the city.
He nods and says, after law and order is put back in place, anybody who has charges against them will have to have those charges seen through, even if that means a formal dismissal of the charges. This will be held in, of course, the courts of Hardgwen, and all details being played out as it is that they must. So those that have fled from here because of crimes charged against them, they will, well, they'll have to see through to the end what those charges are. Alfie then chimes in and says, but these can be favorable conditions. It's understood that many times we understand what happened, she says, kind of like cutting it off, but not looking at either Mikhail or Koa, actually looking at Aldo, who she had that connection with, the day prior. And then Jake's camera turns off. I say, she looks at Aldo, Jake's camera turns off.
Looks over, his face is just static.
Oh, that was awesome. All right. Anyways, so welcome, Raiders. She says, she's looking at Aldo, says, we understand what happened. I don't know if your characters agree to there's not really an assurance, but
Koa brought it up, and now he will leave it be because Mikhail's been the ultimate arbiter here, and he feels like he already stepped out for even saying it, but he had to say it because he's Koa.
Aldo does say one thing. He says, with these trials, and especially the one that you wish of Koa, who are the arbiters of the decision?
It's actually Asya that chimes in and says, depends on the crime that's levied against the individual.
I see. Well, to be blunt, vigilantism, was it?
She says, yeah. Or she says, yes.
Who would be the arbiter against Koa?
Vigilantism is a higher crime like treason and a few others. It's the council that oversees these crimes.
Aldo just looks to Koa and to Mikhail.
No, Jake, I know you're Australian, but you can't say kangaroo court. Continue.
We say elk court here. No, we don't.
I mean, I can't be a prick here.
Koa's saying nothing. He fully appreciates what you're saying, but he's like, I knew what was going to happen the moment I agreed.
Yeah. Aldo just says then, he says, I'm sure there will be steps made then to ensure it is a fair trial. And he looks at both the Greyrises and at Professor Slughorn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And neither of the Greyrises respond at that. Oh no, that's not true. Actually, because it's from you. Alfie will give you like a reaffirming nod. Doesn't say anything out loud, just gives a reaffirming nod. Actually, honestly, maybe even slightly pulled back so it's out of her husband's line of sight, or at least makes it difficult for him to see her nod to you. He says and does nothing. He just looks to Koa as you say that. And then, so I guess is doing something. And then finally, Dav goes, what? Yeah, no, of course. Oh, just keep them coming. As he reaches over and grabs this fifth.
Aldo just steps back and lets Mikhail take the lead again.
Thank you again. Are we adjourned?
He will nod and say, enough for the three of you to be dismissed. Yes.
Gives a slight bow. And we'll finally pick up the drink he hasn't touched and begin to exit.
You take the lid off the top so the smoke comes pouring out. And then you take a sip of it. Holy shit. It is so good. It is incredible. The fact that you let the smoke sit in there for that long is the point where it mostly dissipated anyways. But sitting there for that long gave this like amazing woody flavor to it. That you didn't know what that weird brown thing was that they put in there. They put a whole fucking curl of cinnamon in there. A whole curl of
Jeez.
Mikhail. A whole curl of cinnamon. You have any idea how expensive that is? And then and with whatever tropical fruit they probably had carted down from Eldamar, where they cut a slice, seasoned it, and charred it before putting in. This thing was insanely expensive. Your character will eventually find out from conversations later on that the beverage is called the Greys, in reference to apparently the family either named it or took claim. Either they created it or took claim of having created it, but it's referencing the smoke that's inside the glass. But effectively an Adirian old fashioned, right?
Okay, that's kind of what it sounded like. I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah. So as he's walking out, he like waits until they're out of the antechamber or whatever we were in, and he just goes, "Holy shit! This thing is crazy."
Koa's not really paying attention.
Either is Aldo.
I don't know if we're like let out or if they're gonna like be like, give me that, because I'm sure they don't want me to keep this glass or whatever.
Dude, if you walk out with the glass, nobody's gonna stop you.
Oh,
like,
I definitely do then.
Yeah, like because it's one of those things where like the correct thing to do would have been to put it back before you left, because it's a social faux pas to not have. Technically, could be considered stealing. But telling you to give it back is such like so beneath them.
Yeah, but they'll just get him later. He'll be the next trial in front of the full council for...
Koa gets exonerated, but Mikhail sentenced to death for stealing a cup.
Theft is not a full council thing. But the idea is like you stole one of their nice crystal glasses to chase you down for that. Ugh. What are
Dude,
they,
down
pork?
it and just flip it upside down and leave it on the porch.
This is like a nice ring.
Right.
Oh,
No, I'll get it back eventually. Unless I get broken or something. I don't know.
catch jar. That's for the pores.
Leave it on the fence.
All right, so we get all our stuff
No,
back
once-
and we
Yeah,
leave.
get all our stuff and leave.
Yeah, did we get all of our stuff, Scott?
Yeah. When you go, the
All right.
guard that brought you in is still waiting there and sees through that you get your stuff back, right? Because they stand over by the stuff and keep an eye on it, right?
Okay.
Because you have to remember, like the reason why there's a guard inside and a guard outside is not only to make sure there's always a guard on both sides, but like legitimately the stuff that's put there is valuable. So let's say, for instance, they're housing an event that had like 11 different people here of significance. Each one of those people have items of value. Maybe one of those people's was actually an invite from somebody else. What if they went over to steal those objects, right? Like, so they're actually also there, not just guarding the inside of the house, but also guarding the belongings of the people that are guests of the house. So they don't have to sit there and be like, my stuff disappeared at your house. There's like extra layers to this, right? So yeah, you can go and collect your stuff and certainly nobody else's. But now that you've noticed enough details here, I don't know if Koa would be observant. My gut tells me that he would be. That looking into the other cubbies, if you will, that house your belongings, you can see that the other counselor, her weapon is in fact here. And you can actually see, and it plays into a comment that was made earlier. Her weapon that she has with her, that's, she clearly took off and coming into the house, is a bastard sword. And more importantly, it's a bastard sword that is decorative enough that should Mikhail be made aware of this sword by Koa, he might be able to identify. So one, Wade, would Koa notice this, or is he
Yes,
so
and here's why. Because if there was a moment, Koa, being Koa, was going to offer to escort the counselor to the war camp because of the shit going on in the city, and he's already protected her daughter, and it's like, well, I'm not going to let your mom get shanked in the city. So since that opportunity didn't really present itself, and he would have, like, reading the room, Traxian was fucking pissed at her for speaking up twice. So then in his house to be like, hey, he won't escort you, but we will. Like, I killed your son, and now I'm gonna like insult you again in your own head.
Like little bro, you. Yeah.
I couldn't do it. So at the very least, I think looking to see what she has to protect herself to get there would make sense for Koa to do.
cool. Then you would see the decorative nature of it, which would, it's one of those things where like, you know that that's of significance, but wouldn't necessarily know what it is. So if, assuming you point it out to the others, Mikhail,
He'll mention his plan out loud, then point to her sword so Mikhail and Aldo can see it.
Mikhail, you don't need to make a roll on this. The others two would need to, but you don't need to. You're Del. This kind of a decorative sword with the gems and whatnot inside of them, that is clearly, is obviously a bastard sword that's given to you only by a prince.
Damn.
Yeah. This is something that a prince would have given you this sword at some point in time.
Where is she from? Where would this have come from? Like, where are their princes?
The princes of the 9 provinces of
Yeah.
Providences.
Provinces.
Provinces. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jesus. I was saying Providence.
Mhm.
The 9 provinces.
Thought you hated
of
Rhode
Paradise.
Island.
I do. So much so. My wife is going to
You
make
had
me
it
hang out
free.
in Providence more often.
That's a good punishment for you.
So we have to start showing
Holy
Aurora.
shit.
We have to start showing Aurora colleges and universities to get her excited about the idea of being on campus. I'm like, she's 10. She's like, yeah, but it's a great experience. And I'm like, you sound indoctrinated. You have a degree and don't use it. Like, oh, anyways, so where were we?
Holy shit. Is that Asuka's weapon?
I would
She had
assume
to have
so.
gotten this from a prince. That's rare.
Does that mean anything at all to Koa without asking more questions?
You know that a prince is the ruler. It's effectively the king of one of the provinces. While you're responding, Wade, Jake, imagine your character. No, not Jake. He can imagine your character doesn't look, so he doesn't touch, but you go to look at it a little bit more. Go ahead and roll me a history check. 'Cause I don't think you have a parallel history check.
Nah. That's not bad.
You happy with it?
Yeah.
Okay, that is enough for you to identify based off the stones and whatnot that are inside of it. What province that's actually from, and it is from the province of Sahora, which is the province that has it's south of Bard. This is one of the reasons why you're able to identify it so easily. And so it's very likely that if she served, she was probably in a navy, which might be why she's of value in a city-state like this, where there's like multiple rivers running through and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Anyways, Wade, back to you in case you had questions. I'm sorry.
He does tell you that. Just for brevity.
I understand the significance, and yet at the same time, I can't quite comprehend. Is it a functional to defend yourself, or more? Or
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's just also ornate, and holy shit, I don't even know what you really have to do other than a lot to get something like this.
Reminder: Leon has one of these too.
I don't think I've seen his. I think Koa has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Koa has seen his blade?
Mm-hmm.
Then he would tell you that Leon has one.
Yes. I guess I'm not surprised, but to see that they were of comparable esteem is maybe they'll have an interesting conversation.
Is it worth writing and leaving a note to her to tell her where her daughter is, or that we would be willing to help her get to Leon's camp tomorrow?
I suppose we could, if... Yeah, just like find like a end table or something real quick, and write her a quick note, telling her where Khadijah is, and she wants an escort to just, I guess, go by there, right? Or to go where do we want to have her go to?
Probably there. We'll just meet around whenever.
Okay.
This is specifically who? I'm sorry.
To Asya.
Okay.
We didn't get a read on how she felt about her daughter, so just to be polite and not to piss off Traxine, it's like we'll write her a note instead of like, hey, can we have a moment with Asya? Like, it's like, here's a note. Yeah. She'll find it with her shit.
Use some powder to quick dry the ink, fold it up, put it in her cubby.
Okay.
Cool.
By the way, it's funny that you said two people of comparable, esteem, which to a layman and certainly your 18 knowledge history, that is a fair, a genuinely a legitimate opinion that your character would have. Had your character rolled a good bit higher, you would know that that technically getting handed one of these is more like getting a presidential badge of honor, like a medal of honor, where it's like, yes, they are given to people of high esteem, or just like, you gave a lot of money to the Republican Party. So like there is those that have earned it, and then there are those that it's just like you licked that particular president's balls the right way, and so you got it, even though you definitely didn't.
They gave you the fancy sword. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So and these are different provinces and da. So, oh wait, did I say Sahora? I am so sorry. I meant to say Dween.
Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't know that was that close to Bard.
That makes a big difference to me.
I know it. I should to Jake, and to some of the viewers, but it's sorry. I meant to say Dween, not Sahora. There's a
Dween,
big difference there.
Yeah, one's blue and one's lighter blue with a little green in it.
Keegan, do you remember who the Dween heir is?
According to Joey, it must be the River King.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I was gonna say, fucking Joey.
That was gonna be my guess anyway, because that's the only one who's nickname or whatever I know.
Yeah.
So I was like, I was gonna guess that anyway.
Yeah.
There do be some veiny rivers going through Dween.
Whoa.
At least 6.
Whoa.
Right, well, when we get out outside, Aldo will say to them both, he'll say, seems like you gamble is a bit closer to paying off. But
Sure
you picked
is.
up the cost to that, right?
Mikhail will hand. He's drank like half of it. He'll hand the rest of it to Aldo, and he'll say, "Yeah, but as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to go to that trial."
But I will.
Not only that, yeah, you will, Koa. We'll deal with that when we have to. But we've also strengthened the Greyrises. It's not going to be good.
Well, I don't know. We haven't weakened them. I get the impression this is about as strong as they already were.
We learned a little bit, though.
but they definitely would have been taken down a few. But with them, taking credit for, especially getting the army to stand down and everything, we're going to look more like aggressors. We'll be painted that way, especially with them going first.
Well, we've countered rumors here before.
Yeah.
I think we just cut our ties. Once this is over, and our business is done, we're done here.
I mean, we don't swear it off. There's reasons to return, but it's not our home. I don't.
Every time we come here,
for
is
a while.
playing with fire. I mean, we need to see if this ceasefire or this thing goes through, and we'll figure that out soon enough. But Alfie, is very smart. Did you see the way she was leading her husband
Yeah.
without saying a word?
Yeah. It was helpful in
Yeah.
this case.
Koa's trial is likely to be a farce. I don't know what'll happen with that, but it's the furthest thing from a fair trial you can get.
Well,
I think we're 3 votes down on it.
I don't know that they can afford to do anything to me. They would just spark another riot. And plus, they may change their minds about the trial entirely the more they think about it once logic settles back in. Do they really want all the dirty laundry about their son coming out to light? Because I will not hold back in the truth.
I don't
No,
think
but
they're
they
worried
could
about
use
Koa.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our reputation in the city was they thought we were dead, and there were groups forming about that.
It's something. It is. I don't think it matters in that case. I think they'll still hold it. And I think they're going to try some shady tactics. That's why I'm saying you don't have to go. Which, in that case, we would really have to cut our ties.
I fully intend to attend.
And if they sentence
I
you to
figured
death,
you'd say that.
what then?
I suppose it's a consequence of me attending.
Go.
You're a stupid boy, Koa.
Hell no. If they sentence you to death, you know they're gonna have to take you. I meant what I said.
I don't think it'll get that far, Mikhail, but if I don't attend, then I'm giving them even more ammunition. Then
Fine.
we're villainized.
Fine, attend. But if they sentence you to execution for taking out Beltran,
I don't know how anyone honorable could once the truth is out.
They're not honorable people, Koa. None of
A
the
couple of them may
councils here
not be.
are.
We'll see. We stopped
saying
an
we need to
army
be
from
ready for
attacking the city by agreeing to this.
Did you notice when they said this will go ahead?
I'm not sure what you mean.
When the town is settled, wounds have begun to heal. It gives them time to pour money into fixing the wrongs that had happened, while saying all that they want in the meantime about us. I wouldn't be wrong. It might be a bit raw now, but they will demonize Beltran at the end because it serves their purpose. They love their son, sure, but they'll use his death. He was the bad guy. Everyone was living in fear of him. He had control over the council, everything. Sure, they may have put him in power originally, but they didn't know what he was going to do.
Well, then maybe we can't
And
afford
when
to
they
stay out of
did,
Hard
it's
Gwyn.
too late.
If they start saying such things, then we'll have to counter them.
No.
Can't, because
No,
they'll be
Koa.
true. They'll just be using the truth.
Well, I don't mean to say that they're lying, but we spread more truth.
I don't think that's our fight.
We can't.
I don't think that's our fight.
In doing what we did
Unfortunately.
here today, in saving possibly the lives of these people, we have empowered them more than before.
What do you propose we do?
You wait and see. I told you what we should have done before, and in my opinion has not changed. Whilst we may have avoided a battle, that was in Leon's hands. He was parlaying. We don't even know what happened there. Understand? But we took it upon ourselves to go and try and end this war, and we've given them ammunition.
I would rather lay down my life than watch other people lay down theirs. This was a fight that didn't need to happen, and we're the reason it's happening. I have so much blood on my hands.
Koa, Beltran is the reason this is happening.
Yes, but
But that's not what you said, and that's not even what you meant. You keep heaping blame onto yourself.
Because there's blame to be had. Perhaps this decision is another one I can blame myself for later. I don't know.
For fuck's sake, man.
It just...
Did you have a nightmare or something?
He kind of looks away when you say that.
You knew what we were doing yesterday. It was a rough day, but one bad night of sleep. No, we need to deal with that. He like puts a hand on your shoulder. It's going around. We've been hearing about it. What about you, Aldo? Did you sleep okay?
Yeah, I was fine. I was tired.
No nightmares, right?
None that I remember.
I'm guilty of that too. Yes, nightmares, because I took Gwyn out of Hod Gwyn. I know.
You're doing it again. No. God damn it. Okay, Koa, we'll deal with
lock
this
in
tonight.
for a second. All right, enough with the self-pity for today. We've already lost too much time. All right, what's done is done now. The consequences be like come what may, but we have people to track down. Get your head in the game.
Yeah, we'll deal with that stuff tonight, but I'll need to know what that nightmare was.
Well, for now, I'll lock in. Where do we start with this?
Yes, Scott. Where do we start?
Who are you talking to?
This is what I was saying before, though.
Yeah, we have no starting point. We're just like, let's
That's what I
get
said
him.
when it was like,
Have you seen this
I'm
man?
like,
It's just a stick
okay.
figure and two little puppies. Have you seen this man?
Yeah, we just tried to get on the trail, and it was like, there was a turkey. Dope. Yeah.
We should probably let Talia, Khadijah, and Leon know about the meeting, though. The result of that.
Yeah.
I mean, can
shore
that be
up.
skipped through? Do we need like a RP for that, or can we just say we informed them?
I would
Spend a
also let
couple
them know
hours
that
doing
we
that.
left a note for
Ozia.
Asia, whatever her name is, that she may come by looking for her daughter or us tomorrow. But yeah, we can skip through as far as I'm concerned.
Perfect.
We're on the
Alright,
lookout for an erratic woman.
I have a feat called Find Sellsword I'm going to use here. No, wait, no, I don't. I didn't take that one.
Have you... Excuse
Find
me, good sir,
enemy.
have you seen an erratic female?
That looks like she should be
Anywhere.
killed from a distance.
Yeah, she might be magic. You might call her a witch. Is this ringing any bells? You know,
Anyone you know that owns
any
two
ladies
dogs.
you don't like.
Anybody with two dogs that may like turkey.
Do you know any tall men with 2 dogs? They could be dangerous.
You do me a tiny little favor. Uno pequeño favoro.
I feel like you've gotten
Maybe
really
we'll
quiet, so it's hard to hear you.
Yeah.
What do you want?
I would like it if, por favor, Aldo could make
Are we
me
back in Leshev?
a little teeny tiny will save.
Would you like it, or am I required to get it?
I mean, it's going to be rolled off your character sheet one way or another.
All right.
You should probably
Okay.
+4 that one.
Do we have a +4?
Yeah, it
have one.
didn't get used. Yeah. Because we didn't
I'm
use
using
that
it
last
then.
one. Yeah.
Oh, I'm using it.
So 17.
Yeah.
Okay. Your character yawns.
Thanks.
You are welcome. That's it. You just yawn.
Do we look over and see Mikhail casting sleep on him?
You look over at Mikhail, and Mikhail's like actively trying to discreetly pick his nose. But now you're both looking at him, and he's like,
What?
If you're gonna do it, share.
"Oh, what does that even mean?
Jesus.
What does that even mean?"
He holds out his finger.
Oh, God.
My turn.
Yours too? Ugh.
Oh.
All right. Yeah.
And here comes my dog.
Next part.
No.
Yeah,
That's
we-
fine.
We've
So you guys are heading over to the next spot or whatever. If we can go ahead and thank you, by the way, Aldo. Mikhail, if you want to go ahead and make me a will save.
Oh. So we're not done with that?
I didn't say we were, did I?
Okay. I
In
think that was pretty
Soviet
good.
taught Gwyn, you do not find bounty hunter. Bounty hunter find you.
Okay. You also
solid.
yawn, but you can go ahead and roll me a spellcraft check.
I say, do we just have to choose the fail to find this fucker who's doing this?
Solid.
I'll
I don't
keep
know if
it.
you think it's good enough.
Yeah, I'll keep it. 17.
So 17 is not you're not watching a spell being cast,
Mhm.
right? You're feeling effects and trying to figure it out that way. Are you still happy with
That's
17?
true. I'm going to roll luck.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
21.
There you go.
You
Yeah.
realize as you yawn, you yawn or whatever, you're like, oh, wait a second. As you realize that yawn was a very deep yawn and you felt really hit with tiredness right after Aldo was. Say 10 seconds or whatever it is after Aldo was. You think for a second, you're really feeling it out and you feel the tips of your fingers, like digging thumbnails into the tips of your fingers really quickly. And you're like, oh shit, my fingertips are numb. That was a deep yawn. I feel that burning in the back of my eyes. I know for a fact this was not just a regular yawn. This is definitively somebody just hit me with the slumbering magics. I know this was slumbering magics. But I didn't hear any incantation. I did not see anybody make any movements. I didn't hear any incantation. Oh shit. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Yep.
Okay. With your perception check, you can see this let's say untidy looking woman that's over by an area that looks like she's shopping, but there ain't no fucking shopping today, lady. That looks like she's shopping over an area.
Is she behaving?
Her hair is disheveled, it's a little bit tangled up and whatnot. She seems a little bit out of place or whatever it is. And she looks she's upset, frowning and "Ugh." And then she starts turning her attention and focusing hard on Koa, really focusing on him. No words being said, no hand gestures or anything. She just starts focusing on Koa. And then she starts to get a little bit of a wry smile as she realizes, Keegan, you say something.
Just cast counterspell.
Yes.
We have that, right?
I like grab Koa's shoulder like hard. We go, it's her. I just point at her.
And we can end this session with rolling
Now we're
initiative.
early again.
Early? It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
That kills me, man.
1 o'clock in the morning. But hold on before you actually roll. And reset. Reset.
Okay, I was like, I didn't roll yet.
Okay, cool. Now click your mini. And roll for your initiative.
That's not bad for me.
Oh, I rolled shit. Cool. Aldo gets to act first. Grabs Koa's arm. It's her. And Aldo gets to act first. Now, you won initiative, but she's not flat-footed because she was acting in surprise round using a supernatural ability that requires no somatic or material components or vocal components or whatever it is. So, either way, that's funny. Both y'all bitches made the save. I won't lie, I really want to see if Koa would have made the save too. Like, I'm curious because you have like an additional +3, but now that you were made aware of it, you can rage and get an additional +2 on top of that. Right? Because don't you normally have what, a +2? And
Yeah,
then,
usually whenever I roll against sleep, it's fort. So this being will is different, right?
No, it's always Will.
Is it will?
Mhm.
Maybe I just roll really
You've just
high
been
whenever you
rolling
try
high.
to sleep me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just kept rolling high as shit.
and now you get a +3
Yeah.
on top of whatever you used to always roll, right? So
Mhm.
As long as it's supernatural or whatever the other things were. So
Certain
like
this is
Yes.
explicitly supernatural. Yeah. So it absolutely applies here. Either way. Well, Aldo gets the drop. Aldo, you want to take your first turn?
Yeah. I've never used it before. What's I don't know if you can remember. I have like incendiary bolts.
Oh,
they work?
fuck you. I have to like go into a
this
chat
mage
and
is
scroll
on
up this.
fire.
Oh,
Do you still have the
shit.
stinky bolt? No, you use the stinky bolt.
Yeah,
I
it
used
broke.
it.
Find out where it is. All right, hold on. Where
Can
is
you let her on
Only
fire
dark.
then sleep her? Would she just sleep through while burning?
I also have thunderstone ones. Does anyone know what they do?
The thunderstone
deafen.
was just noise,
Deafen.
so I'd
Yeah,
imagine some
they'll
kind of.
deafen if she fails, which gives her a failure chance if a spell has verbal components.
Yeah, so for any spells that require her to actually say words, which this
Yeah.
ability seems to not, then she actually
Yeah.
has a 20% chance to. Whereas the fire, if she's caught on fire, it makes it hard to do anything to keep the fire out, right?
Yeah,
But it's a reflex save to whether or not you get caught on fire, fortitude save to whether or not you're deafened.
yeah. I actually think I know what she is, but I'm not metaing. I'll just say the joke I made earlier may have been accidentally more accurate than I thought it was going to be.
But you're so funny. I don't know which joke you're talking about.
Oh, let's keep it that way.
I'm actually
Alright.
not sure what you're talking about either. 'Cause I'm reading, so I wasn't paying attention.
That's cool. We were making a lot of jokes, so it got in the shuffle. It's probably for the best.
Now I gotta go watch this whole episode again afterward.
Don't
I'm gonna let my
remember.
dog out while he's looking that up.
So, Igniter, Dazzled, idea would be, I'm gonna find it. If you didn't write down the rules and you're making me go back and look this shit up, in my ass.
I don't think he told me. He didn't tell me the rules. It was that birthday, your birthday when you got those, had all
Yeah.
those things. I got the thing that allows me to shoot him, and the bolts for him.
I told you everything. How
I
dare
mean,
you say
maybe you
otherwise.
did. I don't know.
That's right. You remember that. I'm perfect in every way.
Yeah, your communication's always clear and we always get all the details right away, and it's definitely not poke me later for it.
He gets it. This guy gets it.
I'm lying.
This guy's lying.
But I still get it.
Oh, I'll give it to you. Let's see here.
We need to get you like a Spider-Man bolt that like you hit him in the mouth. It just
Keegan actually,
covers him
while
up.
taking the dog out, DM'd me the link. Thanks, Keegan. All right. It says take a -1 penalty on attack rolls when firing incendiary arrows. You can light up to 6 out of 4 on action. But yours thing has the thing, so it lights it as you go. You don't have to light it in advance. Yours lights as it goes, which is a perk of you using your type of crossbow. It provokes it. So once lit, it burns for 2 rounds. It does an additional. Okay, yep. So you go ahead and make your attack roll, sir.
All right. I'm
guessing this is not a blunt arrow.
17.
Happy with your 17?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Are you positive?
Yeah.
Okay, because their AC might be above a 17.
They very well could be if they have like mage armor and stuff, right? But I don't
Mage
know.
armor's what, +4? And then you assume like maybe a +1 or 2 dex. And anyways, yep, so
Yeah.
17 hits. You hit with the 17. Go ahead and roll your
Yep.
damage. It's 2 + 1 fire damage, but I have to make a reflex save or catch fire. And the reflex saving throw is DC 15. Oof.
Please fail.
That's not a low roll.
Please fail.
I rolled a natural 17. So I succeeded.
Damn.
So I took 3 points of damage. Ouchies. That sucks. Okay, anything else with your turn? That was obviously...
Does that mean she could catch on fire again next round? The bolt's lit for 2 rounds?
It's... I mean, if he... More or less, he can light a bolt. So hold on. You assume that the bolt skims her as it flies by, and it's not just like hanging on to her for forever, indefinitely, right?
Well, in that case, no, it wouldn't.
Yeah. Jake, I assume move action, you drew your crossbow, bonus action.
Yeah.
It was probably already cocked. I wouldn't say your bonus action had to cock it, but then you took a fire, and then you can reload it as part of your swift action, and then you have a free 5-foot step if you want to. It's now Koa's turn, who was about to have a spell cast on him, but didn't yet. So obviously you care about this question, so I'll answer for you in advance. How far away is she? She happens to be about 25 feet away. There's a little bit of terrain that's rough because of all the damage and everything, the debris that's kind of like falling around between you and her. So out of the 25 feet between you and her, about 10 of those feet are rough terrain and count as 2 squares. So 25 counts as 35-foot distance. Your character happens to be able to travel 35 feet without... that's within your speed limit.
Is there anyone blocking, or could I charge?
You cannot charge through rough terrain.
All right. Am I doing my turn, or are we stopping there? Because you said Aldo, do your turn.
Well, why don't you go ahead and do yours?
I feel like you're trying to make up for the fact that I fucked your Beltran fight, and you're trying to lead us on some horrible cliffhanger.
I failed my initiative so bad. You guys succeeded saves. I failed my initiative.
Removing the head or destroying the brain. I don't know why I'm looking for my amount of feet I can move. Okay, so
Yeah, you can get there.
So do I have to double move to get there?
No. You have 40 foot. It'll take you 35 to get to her.
Oh, that's right. I do move 40 foot. Okay, yeah. I will go up, drawing sword, because that's what I have on me. I guess I'm going to swing away, George. Let me see.
So are you non-lethaling, or are you cutting her in half, I guess is the question.
Dude, Aldo just shot an actual fucking bolt.
Yeah.
I can
You
non-lethal,
can non-lethal with a
sword.
grave sword. Yeah, it's just... It sounds weird, but mechanically you can. It's just up to you. Just take the -4. Yeah. You just smack her with the flat of the blade or hit her with the pommel.
Aldo got them bludgeoner feet, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I need to get that. Can you use bludgeoner feet with a sharp weapon, or does it have to be the bludgeoning weapon?
it has to.
Has to be bludgeoning. Yeah.
Okay.
However,
All right.
what you can do is you
There's a
can use your sharp weapon as an improvised weapon so that it's bludgeoning, and then you can do that. However, to use your weapon as an improvised weapon is a -4 penalty to attack rolls.
Mhm.
So you got it back to where you were.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it does less
interesting.
damage.
And it does less damage. Yeah, it actually got club or something.
Sorry, I understand myself.
Am I attacking to kill? With Koa's mindset, does it make sense he'd attack to kill, or do we attack to let her live?
Your mindset was literally, I have so much blood in my hands.
Yeah, I know.
What's another couple
So-
more drops?
I'm guessing he's non-lethal at this point.
Okay.
We'll have to calculate it after. If I hit.
Whew.
Yeah,
I think a 21
missed.
I don't.
It's
What do I crit on?
25.
I only crit on the one thing because I had the extra buff, right? So I think I still
Yeah.
just crit 19, 20, or just a 20 or something.
1920, yeah.
I rolled 18.
That's why you get improved critical feat.
Straight up
So
roll
sick.
damage. Cracker.
16.
Ooh, my goodness. 16
that
points of
include everything?
damage.
16, yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled a lot of ones in there.
He rolled minimum. Fucking minimum 16. You literally
Yeah.
rolled 2 ones for damage and it's 16.
And
Jesus.
she already took 3.
Yeah. The 16 non-lethal, I guess. So
Oh man, that sucks. I mean, I would have survived the 16, but that's 19 damage total. That's so much damage. Okay. So when you go running at her, it's one of those things where she sees you coming and she's like, gets that look like, all right, I've got this. I've got this. And she realizes both how quickly you come and how precise you are. And literally as you're swinging, she's like,
I hate when she realizes that.
it's like this moment where it's like a little too late. And maybe Koa had the bloodthirst in his eye or whatever it was. She legit is like, ah! As he's coming at her so hard. And then
Go on.
and then so he turns the blade or whatever it is he does to make it non-lethal damage and smashes her. And so then she stumbles backwards and literally falls down to a knee. And she's like dazed on the ground, barely, like her hand is like out wide from her body down onto her knee, onto a knee, and actively trying to hold herself up from completely collapsing over. You dropped her to exactly 0 health points. She is staggered.
disabled. Or
Disabled.
staggered, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
She's staggered because it's non-lethal, right?
yes.
'Cause it's non-lethal match. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So she's staggered. Which more or less means she ain't doing shit. She's like, no verbal response yet because she's still recoiling in shock from what happened. So it's Mikhail's turn before I can even RP with her.
Yeah, he's just gonna call out, "Would you like to surrender?" And I'm going to ready an action that is aggressive, that is offensive. If she does anything hostile that I perceive as hostile,
He has to repeat himself like 2 or 3 times.
it's fine.
before
I'll
she
spend my
actually-
move and my swift if I need to. Yeah.
Before she actually is able. Yeah. No. Oh. No fight. No fight.
A good clarification.
is she's like legitimately just like reeling from that attack for like the next like several moments.
All right. And then we have to break all of her fingers and gag her.
I was thinking the
We
same
are going to have
thing.
to restrain
That's
her
what they
hands
said.
and gag
Didn't
her.
Leon said? He did
Yeah.
say.
Can't we
Right,
just like
fingers.
twine and tie her fingers? Do
Yeah, we have to
snap
bind
them?
her hands. Yeah, we're going to have to bind her hands and gag her and probably blindfold her too. Which Mikhail would run over and start doing. It's like immediately.
Yeah, she'll start saying like she starts saying not what is it, not in parent in another language. She's saying like, give. Oh, do any of you guys speak Sylvan?
Sylvan? No.
Let me double check. No.
And
I don't know what
assume
that
it's good
is.
for you too, Jake.
No.
She starts saying something, like repeating something over and over again in Sylvan. And so you're
She's
not
casting a spell.
Oh my god.
Anyways, so yeah, so she's but you're able to bound her and gag her and so on and so forth. And so that'll be the end of that one.
All right, just 5 more lieutenants.
Jesus Christ. You guys passed your 2 saves. I'm like, I got them off guard. Pass save. The thing is, like,
It's 5 more. It is 5 more.
It is, though.
It is.
Oh,
Oy
my
vey.
God.
All right. Well,
Did she seem erratic?
I would say so. Don't worry, everybody. We got the erratic female. We got her.
Take down the posters. Wanted erratic female. It's done.
men start coming out of their homes again. Oh,
Horrible stick figure like drawing of like just a lady.
Oh. All right. Well, now I will say, estoy muy cansado.
I'll say boo-hoo.
Oh, thank you. I'm pretty sure next week is Aurora's when's it? No, this weekend is Mother's Day. Next weekend is her recital. So I don't know if she has dance next Wednesday or not. I genuinely don't know. That was a question for my wife.
Cool. We gonna raid?
Oh yeah. I have to do stuff.
Yep, we're still on. I got an ad though.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's about chicken or something. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, pans.
Turkey?
Okay. Fucking Kudan, you bastard. He's giving me ads. Piece of shit.
Ooh, Tesha's streaming. I was gonna go to Blue Aether, but whatever game she's playing, which is a whole bunch of very, very scantily clad, large-breasted anime girls, and I don't think that's
I'm on my way.
thing that our chat wants to be a part of. So I'm going to raid Tesh instead, who's playing Deep Rock Galactic.
Oh, that game. I didn't play it. There's spiders in it.
I have no idea what it is. It looks like
You're dwarves and you get to like drink beer and have fun, but then also you go mining. But while you're mining, you get attacked by waves of like insecty monster spider creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Looked fun otherwise.
It is a fun time. It is a fun time.
Oh, don't forget, there's a Patreon. It exists.
Yeah.
It's there. You just have to find it somehow.
Yep.
Probably
Put money into
clicking
it.
The buttons.
You'll get things and sometimes give us things. That'll be
Most
great.
importantly, give us things.
But we appreciate that. We do. With jokes aside, we appreciate that.
We do.
Yeah.
We like things.
There were jokes in there?
And stuff.
Where do you stuff those things?
Probably into my stream that happens on Tuesdays. About the same time.
Nice segue.
Is that
Thanks.
now is that Thursdays at 4 p.m. Pacific time?
The raid's literally about to happen. Just let him give his spiel.
Early. No, it's Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Central Time.
That's right.
On twitch.tv/unnatural_1s. That's me.
I'll just
That's
say what
us.
Jake said since I don't have time to
And don't be
post my own.
distractible.
Patreon.
Don't be Patreon distractible.
I feel
Bye-bye.
Patreonized.